The Senate will be in order. The first order of business is roll call. The Secretary will call the roll.
Adams. Anthen. Burnt. Bjerke. Burtenshaw. Carlson. Cook. Den Hartog. Foreman. Geddes. Grove. Guthrie. Hart. Harkin. Herndon. Just. Lakey. Lee. Lenny. Lent. Nichols. Robbie. Ricks. Ruckty. Schroeder. Samaroff. Taylor. Taves. Trakel. Van Orden. Vick. Boardingle-King. Winder. Wintrow. Satterveld. Adams. Den Hartog. Robbie. Ricks.
The roll call shows 33 present with 2 absent and excused, with Senator Robbie being absent and formally excused. A quorum is present, and the Senate is ready for business. The Senate will now advance to the second order of business, prayer and pledge of allegiance. Today, as always, we'll be led in prayer by our chaplain, Doug Armstrong, and we invite the guests in the gallery to please stand and join with us in prayer.
Beautiful spring morning. You know, this year I've used the book of Psalms as inspiration for daily prayers. And last week I read you the shortest psalm in the Bible, Psalm 117. It's only 2 verses long. Well, today I have special approval to read the longest chapter in the Holy Bible, Psalm 119. It contains 176 verses. It takes about 15 minutes to read from beginning to end. So since I read the shortest psalm, I will now spend the next 15 minutes reading the longest one. Thank you in advance for your toleration and patience as I read Psalm 119. Okay, wait a minute. Mr. President, I am getting strong vibes from the senators that there is unanimous consent that the further reading of Psalm 119 be dispensed with, and that the journal reflected has been properly read a third time at length, verse by verse, and placed before the Senate for final consideration. Hearing no objection, I will close with prayer. Heavenly Father, the creator of all things, in all seriousness, Lord, give us the wisdom and the courage and the solid footing necessary to finish the work of the people with a positive result. We are proud of the Senate's dedication, determination, and dependability over the last few days. And I also pray that each senator may now be interested in reading Psalm 119 on their own time. I pray this in Jesus' name. Amen.
Amen. We'll now be led in the Pledge of Allegiance by our page, Hallie Williams.
I pledge
allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. The Senate will now advance to the fourth order of business, reading of communications. The Senate will advance to the third order of business, reading and correction of the journal. The Senate's in the third order.
March 30th, 2023. The Judiciary and Rules Committee reports that the Senate Journal, the proceedings of March 29, 2023, was read and approved as corrected. Lakey, Chairman.
Hearing no objection, the report is adopted and will be filed in the office of the Secretary.
There is no further business in the third order, Mr. President.
The Senate will then advance to the fourth order of business, reading of communications. The Senate's in the fourth order.
March 30th, 2023. Dear President pro tempore, I have the honor to inform you that pursuant to Title 67-412, I have designated Lisa Berg of Boise, Idaho, as the qualified substitute for Legislative District 16, Ada County, State of Idaho. This appointment will be effective Thursday, March 30th, 2023, and will continue until Friday, April 7th, 2023, or until I am able to resume my duties. Sincerely, Senator Ollie Robbie.
Having previously received the oath of office, Acting Senator Berg. will be recognized as present at this order of business. Welcome to the Senate.
Mr. President, for Senate privilege, please.
Senator Anthony.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senators, good morning. I will say that the chaplain is the only one in this chamber who could get away with reading for 15 minutes and no one would object. I believe that. Senators, there will be a lot of jumping around today. We'll get as much done as we can today, hopefully everything today if possible. We are coordinating with the leaders on the other side of the rotunda to see what we can accomplish. The hope being that if not today, tomorrow morning we wrap everything up. So again, ask your patience as we jump around a little bit and go through business. Mr. President, with that, I ask unanimous consent that the Senate advance to the sixth order of business.
Without objection, the Senate will advance to the sixth order of business, reports of standing committees. The Senate's at the sixth order.
March 30th, 2023, the Judiciary and Rules Committee reports that Senate Concurrent Resolution 104, Senate Bills 1173 is amended, 1198, 1199, 1200, 1201, 1203, 1204, 1208, and Senate Bill 1210 have been correctly enrolled. Lakey, Chairman.
Senate Concurrent Resolution 104, Senate Bills 1173 is amended, 1198, 1199, 1200, 1201, 1203, 1204, 1208, and 1210 have all been signed by the Speaker and be transmitted to the House for the signature, signed by the President, and sent to the House for the signature of the Speaker.
March 29, 2023, the Finance Committee reports out House Bill 369 and recommend that it do pass. Grow, Chairman.
House Bill 369 will be referred to the 12th order of business, second reading calendar.
Mr. President,
Senator Anthony.
I ask unanimous consent the Senate now advance to the 12th order of business.
Without objection, the Senate will now advance to the 12th order of business, second reading of bills. The Senate's at the 12th order.
Mr. President,
Senator Anthony.
I ask unanimous consent that all bills on second reading be read by number and author only, and the journals show they've been read at length.
You've heard the request. Is there an objection? Hearing none, it is so ordered.
In the House of Representatives, House Bill 338 as amended in the Senate by State Affairs Committee. In the House of Representatives, House Bill 349 as amended in the Senate by Ways and Means Committee. In the House of Representatives, House Bill 242 as amended in the Senate by State Affairs Committee.
House Bills 338 is amended the Senate, 349 is amended the Senate, and 242 is amended the Senate will be referred to the 13th order of business, third reading calendar.
There is no further business in the 12th order, Mr. President.
Then the Senate will advance to the 13th order of business, third reading of bills. The Senate's in the 13th order.
Mr. President,
Senator Anthony.
I ask unanimous consent that House Bill 224 be returned to the Health and Welfare Committee.
You've heard the unanimous consent request. Is there an objection? Hearing none, it is so ordered.
Mr. President, can we go at ease for a second?
Without objection, the Senate will go at ease. Which one was that? 224?
Idaho in Session is brought to you by Boise State University School of Public Service, the Association for Idaho Cities, Union Pacific Foundation, Idaho Cable Broadband Association, University of Idaho James A. and Louise
Senators,
McClure Center for
there has been
Public
some
Policy
discussion about the
Research.
10th order. If any of you would like to not be short-circuited on any kind of a gubernatorial presentation, please let me know, because we're going to have a little bit of time this morning, and I want to make sure that you have that opportunity.
The Senate will be in order. Senate's in the 13th order of business.
Mr. President,
Senator Anton.
I ask unanimous consent that House Bill 337 in the 13th order be brought to the top of the calendar for immediate consideration.
Without objection, the Senate will have before it for immediate consideration House Bill number 337. The Secretary will read the bill.
In the House of Representatives, House Bill 337 by Ways and Means Committee, an act relating to electrical contractors and journeymen.
Mr. President.
Senator Lakey.
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent that further reading of House Bill 337 be dispensed with. The Journal show has been read the third time at length and properly placed before the Senate for final consideration.
Without objection, it is so ordered. Senator Lakey, you recognize to begin the debate on 337.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senators, as you know, for the past several years, we've been working on occupational licensing reform. It's been a bipartisan effort. This bill kind of comes in that vein. For the past several years, there's been a lot of back and forth and different opinion between legislators, contractors, the industry, and labor organizations on issues surrounding the electrical code. And this bill deals with that, including the apprentice to journeyman ratios. Some legislators, again on both sides, I think, of the aisle, have been trying to achieve, in an occupational licensing reform context, less regulation and a broader scope of practice. And this bill does some of those things. This year, rule was also rejected regarding the ratios, and then there was strong encouragement for all the stakeholders to get around the table and work things out and come together on those issues. And like I said, this bill is a result of that effort. I do want to thank all those that were involved in putting this legislation together. There was, as usual, give and take on everybody's part, but there's a healthy dose of more opportunity and reduced regulation in this legislation for those that are practicing their occupation as an electrician. So, Senators, this adopts the 2023 Electrical Code in statute. So now we have more control as a legislature over the applicable code, the applicable electrical code. It does allow some specific modifications to that code by rule, which, as you know, we're also actively engaged in, particularly in this context in the two germane committees on both sides of the rotunda. This, typically, the general electrician license levels are apprentice, journeyman, and master. And historically, they're essentially treated the same as to commercial and residential construction. This enables a new category called a residential electrician, which essentially allows them to function with less experience than your typical journeyman, but only in the residential context. So I'm not an electrician, but I understand that the residential context is less hazardous, so to speak, than the voltages you're dealing with in a commercial and an industrial project. So it provides also a definition of that residential context, that being 1 to 2 family dwellings, and then it adds townhomes and multifamily structures up to 3 stories. And that residential electrician still is required to have 2 years of coursework and 4,000 hours of experience. So it's not just somebody that picks up the profession and hasn't got any experience. It also expands the scope of work allowed for a journeyman to include planning, layout, and design, which historically has been within the scope of the master electrician. So it expands the scope of that journeyman, but it is within their scope and experience. It acknowledges that the apprentice statute, or excuse me, the apprentice status is a student status. In other words, they're going to learn on the job. And that requires progress in that field. So you don't get to be an eternal student. I remember in college, sometimes you see those 30-year-olds that are still living in the dorms and haven't figured out what they're going to do with life. I guess this is kind of in that vein. You have 8 years to obtain your journeyman in the residential context, 6 years to obtain your journeyman in other contexts. And it doesn't limit the amount of time you can take the exams. You can take them as many times as you would like within that time frame. It does maintain the continuing education requirements for journeyman and master, but it removes the requirement for the apprentices since that's what they're doing. They're going to work to learn every day. It does increase the penalties for some violations. It expands the journeyman-apprentice ratio. So in the residential context, it's 1 journeyman to 4 apprentices currently. It expands that to 1 to 6. And in the commercial and industrial, it stayed the same at 1 to 2, but a 4th-year apprentice with 6,000 hours of experience does not count against your ratio. And then lastly, it again preempts local government from adopting more stringent requirements regarding the ratios. With that, Senators, Mr. President, debate is open.
Is there further debate?
Mr. President,
Senator Seidenfeld.
I would like to declare 39H, just to be on the safe side. My son is an electrician.
Declaration will be noted in the journal. Is there further debate? Senator Lakey, you're recognized to stand and close the debate.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senators, I ask for your aye vote in this collaborative effort. Debate is closed.
Debate being closed, the question before the Senate is, shall House Bill number 337 pass? The Secretary will call the roll.
Adams. Anthon. Berg. Burnt. Bjerke. Burtonshaw. Carlson. Cook. Den Hartog. Foreman. Geddes. Grove. Guthrie. Hart. Hartgen. Herndon. Just. Lakey. Lee. Lenny. Lent. Nichols. Ricks. Ruckty. Schroeder. Samaroff. Taylor. Taves. Trakel. Van Orden. Vick. Wardingle-King. Winder. Wintrow. Zeiderveld. Carlson. Herndon.
The roll call shows 35 in favor with none against, a majority having voted in the affirmative. House Bill number 337 has passed the Senate. Hearing no correction to the title is approved, and the bill will be returned to the House.
Mr. President,
Senator Anthony.
I ask unanimous consent that the Senate bring to the top of the calendar and have for immediate consideration Senate Bill 1175.
You've heard the request. Is there an objection? Hearing none. The debate is open on this back from March 23rd. Senator Van Orden, do you recall if you finished your opening debate? Let's say you didn't. You were about to finish it, and then we did something with the bill, so you can finish your opening debate right now. Senator Van Orden.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Debate the bill.
I'll just give a real quick recap. This is one of the appropriations for the Division of Health and Welfare, and it's in the Division of Welfare. It includes the Self-Reliance Operations Program, the Benefit Payment Program. This appropriates $177,951,900 and caps the number of authorized full-time equivalent positions at 613.5. The one line item in here is for $624,000, which is the the Emergency Food Assistance Program, which is a partnership between the Department of Agriculture, Idaho farmers, and bringing agriculture products in to strengthen our existing food pantry infrastructure and increasing access through Idaho's low-income families for nutrition. I think where I got stopped on this bill is the section that talked about child care. So included in this was the Child Care Stabilization Grant. I believe that's where I got stopped on this bill. And as you know, we moved that appropriation to the Department of Labor. They will finish administering the child care grant monies out to the providers. And this bill, or This appropriation is a decrease of $112,659,900 from the 2023 appropriation. And with that, debate is open.
Is there further debate? Hearing none, Senator Van Orden, you're recognized to close the debate.
Thank you, Mr. President. Debate is closed.
Debate being closed, the question before the Senate is, shall Senate Bill 1175 pass the Senate? The Secretary will call the roll.
Adams. Anthony. Berg. Berndt. Bjorky. Burtonshaw. Carlson. Cook. Den Hartog. Foreman. Geddes. Grove.
Aye.
Guthrie. Hart. Harkin. Herndon. Just. Blakey. Lee. Lenny. Lent. Nichols. Ricks. Ruchte. Schroeder. Semmelroth. Taylor. Taves. Trakel. Van Orden. Vick. King. Winder. Wintrow. Satterfeld.
The roll call shows 25 in favor with 10 against, a majority having voted in the affirmative. Senate Bill 1175 has passed the Senate. Here, no correction of title. The title is approved, and the bill will be transmitted to the House of Representatives.
Mr. President,
Senator Anthony.
I ask unanimous consent the Senate now have for immediate consideration House Bill 25.
You've heard the unanimous consent request. Is there an objection? Hearing none. The Senate will have before it House Bill 25. The Secretary will read the bill.
In the House of Representatives, House Bill 25 by Transportation and Defense Committee, an act relating to the Capitol Building and Grounds, to authorize the Director of the Department of Administration to control the use of the
Mr.
road.
President,
Senator Winder.
I'd ask unanimous consent the further reading of House Bill 25 be dispensed with. The journal show it's been read at length, section by section, a third time, is properly before the Senate for final consideration.
Without objection, it is so ordered. Senator Winder, you recognize to open the debate.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senators, this is a piece of legislation that we've talked about for many years around this building, and that relates to the use of the streets around the Capitol building, around the what's called the Capitol Mall, which would include all the state buildings in the area around the Capitol. It's not as complicated as some would like you to believe. It basically requires the Director of Administration to coordinate with the Governor and with the presiding officers of the Senate and House and also to work with the Capitol Commission to develop policies related to use of those streets and in coordination and cooperation with the other jurisdictions. So you have the Ada County Highway District, which is the only county highway district that has jurisdiction over basically the roadways. The City of Boise has planning authority and coordination with ACHD, and the state of Idaho is the largest property owner. They have the greatest needs for coordination of access, security, and yet up to this point have no real say in that process of what gets done and what the uses are around the building. So this bill would allow for, again, the Director of Administration to coordinate and consult. It doesn't require the President Pro Tem or the Speaker to have yes or no types of approvals. It just says consult with the Governor and those two beings, and then the Capitol Commission would, which is responsible for the maintenance of the building, the use of the properties around the building, to develop rules in coordination with the use of those streets. They relate to street closures, the types of use. If you recall back during 9/11, When the country was under attack, there were efforts made to provide additional security measures around public buildings, which impacted the streets. So what this would do, I think, is just allow the state and of Idaho to have more say in the uses around the Capitol and the other buildings, and I would urge your aye vote, and debate's open.
Is there further debate? Hearing none, Senator Winter, you're recognized to close.
Thanks, Mr. President.
Out of courtesy, Senator Winthrop, be quicker on the draw. I'll let you debate.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm sorry. I saw somebody else reach for their microphone. I was just trying to be polite.
You have the floor to debate.
Thank you, Mr. President and Senators. There's a few concerns I have with the bill. First of all, in the bill itself, on line 18, I don't have my glasses on today, I'm sorry, 19 and 20, it talks about having to get approval for alteration of the use of the roadway exceeding 7 days. Now, originally, this bill was discussed in the context of security and events and so forth, which makes sense. We want to make sure our capital is secure, and we do have events that we need to close the roadways and so forth. And we actually do have a very cooperative group that works in the Boise City, and there is a big committee of folks from highway districts and all the way to the Department of Administration sitting on that, so they can collaborate and confer and make sure things like our big potato drop that everybody loves is secure and so forth. So there's already a really good relationship and collaboration working between the city, the county highway district, and even the Department of Administration here about how do we consult and make sure we keep our city and our capital safe. And we saw the city even during some incidents here in the Capitol in the past couple years, they actually sent over some of their own police officers to help out. Now, the state did reimburse them for that, but we see a very cooperative relationship with the city of Boise, our county highway district, and our Capitol. So my question is, what kind of event that would need security would exceed 7 days? And my concern here is the language of alteration. And then that leads me to believe that we're not just talking about security, that we might be then maybe unintentionally going outside our lane as we're talking to roads, and we're encroaching on the constitutional authority that is given to locals to have the control and care of those roads. And the Constitution, actually, Article 3, Section 19, indicates that the state cannot interfere in that relationship. And it names the siting of plotting and so forth in roads. I don't have my colleague has the language and I'll let him quote it. But, so I think number one, this is not needed. We already have a good collaborative process to look at the security and capital of the Capitol. It's working quite well. I'm concerned about this extension of beyond 7 days. And in particular, with the constitutional mention that we're particularly naming these streets, what I do think is outside the lane of the constitutional authority of the state. I would ask for us to consider that and to please not vote in favor of this bill.
Mr. President.
Senator Rutke.
To debate against the bill.
You have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm really going to just stick with one issue, which is the constitutionality. And I know, people raise the Constitution all the time, and sometimes it gets a little complicated. I don't think this one is, and if you are so inclined and you want to look up Article 3, Section 19, it says local and special laws prohibited. The legislature shall not pass local or special laws in any of the following enumerated cases. That is to say, and then they list a bunch of different areas that the legislature is not supposed to pass local or special laws. One of those is authorizing the laying out, opening, altering, maintaining, working on, or vacating roads, highways, streets, alleys, town plats, parks, cemeteries, or any public grounds not owned by the state. The idea here is simply what we all know, We should let local governments govern themselves, stay out of it. If, as a legislature, we're going to do something, we need to make it a broad application across the state. So, for example, all of our cemeteries in the state of Idaho will be named with a name that begins with the letter B. But you can't say the Nampa Cemetery has to be named with a word that begins with the letter B. If you're going to make the rule, it's got to be a rule that applies to all of our locals. You can't pick and choose. And that picking and choosing, which is what we're doing here, violates the Constitution. The Attorney General's office, my understanding, has issued an opinion, and they mentioned Citizens Against Range Expansion, but actually that case stands for the proposition I just mentioned. In that case, there was an application of the law applied generally, not specifically, generally. Far be it from me to disagree with the Attorney General's opinion, but I can't take responsibility for an incorrect opinion. That's up to them. They got it wrong. This law, this statute, this bill that we're passing or discussing this morning gets it wrong as well, and I'd ask you to vote no. Thank you.
Mr. President, to debate the bill.
Senator Taves.
Thank you, Mr. President. Fellow senators, this is pretty simple to me. I see it as stepping outside of the role of the state government into what is what should be local control. So for those reasons, I will oppose this bill.
Mr. President. Mr. President, to debate the bill. Thank you, Mr. President. This building is unique in the state of Idaho. This building represents the history, the progress, all of the work that's gone for many years to make Idaho what it is today. And it's a trust that we've been given here as we represent our constituents, but also those that preceded us. The control of this building and the grounds is all part of the same function. And I think it's important that we understand and that we protect the Capitol Mall, the grounds, and everything around it, such that we, as the state of Idaho and as a legislature, hold fast to make sure that we protect these grounds and all the work that's gone into making this area what it is today. With that, I would encourage your aye vote.
Mr. President, to debate the bill. My concern as I'm reading this is, and I look at the bill and I look on page 1, line 20. The director may also close any or all of the roadways adjoining the Capitol building in the best interest of the state, including but not limited to security interests. And the roadways around this building are public roadways, and they are the traditional public forum for the practice of assembly and free speech. Steunenberg Monument Park in particular is a quintessential public forum for the gathering of assembly and free speech. I personally want to stand for the ability of the people of Idaho to gather and to speak to us. And these are the places that they sometimes choose to do that. I don't want to grant control to the director, to one person, in the interest of a very loose term, security. That could mean a lot of different things. But it could imply that we want to abridge the constitutional rights, the federal constitutional rights, and the state constitutional rights of the people of Idaho. And for that reason, I stand in opposition to this legislation.
Mr. President.
Senator Geddes.
Thank you, Mr. President. And Senators, I've been a little hesitant to want to voice my opinion, but in this area, I feel like I stand to express some experience that I've had. I was the President pro tem when the Capitol was renovated and restored to the state that it's in now. During that time, there was a need to basically control access, to block off roads, to allow construction equipment, personnel, and staging materials to allow the renovation of this building to occur. When I was called to be the director of the Department of Administration in 2015, we had interaction with the Ada County Hideaway District. They have huge jurisdiction. I think what this bill allows is for us to develop a more cooperative role in protecting access, traffic flow, and use of the roads around the Capitol Mall. We need to do that. In a few short weeks, it will be time for school to end, and this Capitol will be replaced by your occupancy by fourth grade students from around the state. If you don't know how difficult it is to plan that, to accommodate buses, to bring children and to pick up children after their tours, it's a difficult responsibility and a difficult task for the Department of Administration to manage and to coordinate. We do need to have that authority to address the issues that need to be taken care of to maintain and operate the Capitol Mall. I have full confidence in Director Reynolds that he understands these issues. He understands these problems. He understands the need to protect these streets such that the state citizens can access their government. And I think this is an important measure. It needs to be protected. It doesn't say that we're going to take control over the Ada County Highway District, but the Capitol Mall is unique in many respects. This is where people come to see their government, to visit and tour their government structures that they pay for through taxes and they have fought to maintain for a very, very long time. I don't think that this is a problem. I think it's an effort to make sure that when the need arises, that the director of the Department of Administration can manage as they have been authorized and directed by the legislature. It simply creates an avenue to give them the authority that you have charged them to exercise. And so I would urge you to support this legislation. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you.
Mr. President.
Senator Taylor.
To debate against the bill.
Go ahead.
Good senators, I do agree with the senator from 14 that this building is unique. And the senator replacing the senator from 35, this is a public building. It's paid for by the public. And we're not telling people they can't come into this building. But the group of us in here all took an oath. And that oath was to uphold the United States Constitution and the Constitution of the state of Idaho. If we continue to chip away at our foundations, we're not going to have a building. We need to uphold the Constitution, and it says right here that this proposed legislation is unconstitutional. I will not be supporting this.
Mr. President.
Senator Nichols.
Thank you, Mr. President, to debate against the bill.
You have the floor. I'm going to also, when we have the Constitution, and we have different interpretations of the Constitution, we're to presume that everyone is acting in good faith and according to the oath that they have taken. So qualify your blanket statements with your opinion, etc. Go ahead, Senator Nichols.
Thank you, Mr. President. I just wanted to read from the Constitution.
Please,
Thank you. You know, the Constitution is very clear, our Idaho Constitution. It states that the legislature shall not pass local or special laws in any of the following enumerated cases in Article 3, Section 19. That includes authorizing the laying out, opening, altering, maintaining, working on, or vacating roads, highways, streets, alleys, town plats, parks, cemeteries, or any public grounds not owned by the state. And our Idaho statutes, Title 40, 1310, it says the powers and duties of highway district commissioners. The commissioners of a highway district have exclusive general supervision and jurisdiction over all highways and public right-of-ways within their highway system. Our Constitution and our statutes are very clear. So if we don't like how this is being taken care of, then it's the Constitution that we need to change. But this is not the way I believe that we need to be going about it. And so I will not be supporting this bill.
Senator Hart.
Would the senator from 20 yield to a question?
Senator Winder, would you yield?
Yes, I'll yield.
Senator yields.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator from 20. Could the goals of House Bill 25 be accomplished with a memorandum of understanding between the state of Idaho, the city of Boise, and the Ada County Highway District?
Senator Winder.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator from
two.
I believe it could, but does that have the same authority as a law would have? I don't believe it would, and I'll address it in my closing more thoroughly.
Thank you, Senator from 20. And just to debate the bill.
Hart, do you wish to debate?
I do wish to debate.
You have the floor to debate.
Thank you, Mr. President. If we could handle the issues that we need to handle in House Bill 25 in a more simple way without modifying Idaho code, as we've heard some debate, it would be a violation of the Constitution. I think that should be our path forward. Thank you.
Is there further debate?
Mr. President.
Senator Anthem.
Ask unanimous consent that the House Bill 25 hold its place on the calendar, retain its place on the calendar.
Without objection, it is so ordered.
President, I ask we go at ease.
Without objection, the Senate will go to ease.
Good senators. With us today up in the gallery helping us out is Trooper Dietrich. He's from Bingham County. He started in the Bingham County Sheriff's Office. He later transitioned to the Idaho State Police in 2021. He's currently assigned as a resident trooper in Bingham County. Trooper Peyton Dietrich is recently married and has no children yet. In his spare time, he enjoys hiking, camping, and other outdoor activities. And I know he comes from good parents because I know them very well. And with that, could you help me welcome Trooper Dietrich up in the gallery?
Idaho in Session is sponsored by Idaho Cable Broadband Association, Association of Idaho Cities, Boise State School of Public Service, the James A. and Louise McClure Center for Public Policy Research, and the Idaho Public Television Endowment. Idaho in Session is sponsored by Idaho Cable Broadband Association, Association of Idaho Cities, Boise State School of Public Service, the James A. and Louise McClure Center for Public Policy Research, and the Idaho Public Television Endowment.
The Senate will be in order. The Senate is in the 13th order of business.
Mr. President,
Senator Anthony.
I ask unanimous consent that the Senate now have for consideration Senate Bill 1205.
You've heard the unanimous consent request. Is there an objection? Hearing none. The Secretary will read the bill.
In the Senate, Senate Bill 1205 by Finance Committee, an act relating to the appropriation to the public schools educational
Mr. President.
Senator Ward Eagle King.
Thank you, Mr. President. I ask unanimous consent that further reading of Senate Bill 1205 be dispensed with, and the journals show it's been read the third time at length, section by section, and placed before the Senate for final consideration.
Without objection, it is so ordered. Senator Ward Eagle King, you are recognized to open the debate.
Thank you, Mr. President. And this is a good day and a good bill. This is the fiscal year 2024 original appropriation bill for the Public Schools Educational Support Programs Division of Teachers. And what this budget does is it provides state and federal funding support for grades K-12 for instructional and pupil services staff, salaries and benefits, and other programs specific to certificated instructors in Idaho school districts and public charter schools. So with this, attendance versus enrollment. So that is a bit of a reduction, and I'm hoping that in the future we can fix that. But this also, the master educator premiums were zeroed out, as this program will be sunsetting in fiscal year 2024. Finally, there was an additional funding of $7 million was provided for retirement costs for teachers as the teacher retirement rates were increased for the next year. And I want to talk to you just a little bit before I give you the final totals about why this is so important to provide this funding for teachers. Some of you may not know, but in 2010, the base salaries and minimum salaries were reduced for teachers by 5%, and the grid was frozen. So even if they got their master's or additional credits, they couldn't move over. There was absolutely no way to move forward for teachers on the salary scale. 2011, the base salary was reduced again by 4%. This compensation, again, the grid was frozen. In 2012, it was reduced, their salaries were reduced by 1.87%. And 2016, they were frozen, unchanged. 2014, there was 1.67% increase. And in 2015, the base salary was increased by 1%. So there was a series of years there, 6 years, where teachers were, their salaries were reduced and or frozen, and then very minimal increase in that last year that I mentioned. So to be able to provide the $6,359 to teachers' salaries is really important. I applaud the gentleman on the second floor and Reclaim for getting the information out there to our public to tell them how important it is to fund our teachers adequately. This doesn't get us where we need to be, but it's a step forward. This bill provides $144,960,600 for career ladder enhancements to provide that $6,359, and we're hoping that goes to each teacher. We do send this out as a salary allocation, but we're hoping that each teacher will receive that. And then the final thing in this bill is there's $2,900,000 to support instructional staff and students with professional development for dyslexia services. So with that, this is a good bill, and I appreciate your aye vote.
Is there further debate?
Mr. President.
Senator Den Hartog.
Thank you, Mr. President, Senators. I'm going to be supporting this appropriation, but I wanted to note a couple of things. I appreciate the senator from 18 kind of walking through the history, which was stopped at 2018. Since that time, we have done significant investments through the career ladder each and every year, increasing our teacher salaries. I really appreciate the amount, and the senator from 18 mentioned, and this is something that maybe isn't widely known on our floor or even outside of this body. This really is just a calculator. So if we have teachers out there thinking they are each going to receive $6,359 increase, the senator from 18 used the word "we hope" it gets to them. And I stand here today and I hope our administrators and our school board members who are going to be at the negotiating table hear this loud and clear. It better get to every single teacher. We have done increases like this in the past where our teachers were expecting a certain amount, and through those negotiations, it turned out that not every single teacher received the amounts that we had allocated, but that through the negotiating process, it went to different teachers, and that's part of that local control process. As I said, I'll support this appropriation, but I think we could have done this differently had we done it through a piece of policy legislation. And then just another note that I've made on the floor before, I think the training for the dyslexia training for our professionals is really important. I will support it. But again, when we passed that legislation last year, we were ensured that there was going to be no fiscal impact. I think what is in this bill is a more accurate reflection of what is needed for the professionals out in the field. Thank you, Mr. President.
Mr. President,
Senator Anthem.
to declare a 39H, my wife is a school teacher.
Your declaration will be noted in the journal.
Mr. President, to debate the bill.
Senator Herndon, you have the floor.
I've got to stand up occasionally to say that I actually do support some of our budget bills. This is an example of one that I actually support. I agree with what one of our senators just mentioned, and that is that the senator from 22 talked about a previous bill that we addressing this body, and it was a policy bill. And in that fiscal note on that SOP, it indicated that the dyslexia training was only going to cost $97,000 for an administrator. So I do want to point out the importance that we take seriously the financial impacts on our SOPs, because as we make decisions in this body, we are impacting possible future expenditures, and we're now looking at $2.9 million for that training. The other thing I do like, I like the teacher pay increase. We should pay our teachers fairly for the work that they're doing. I also like about this budget that it doesn't have a lot of federal funding. If you look at this budget, it's $1.3 billion, big budget. The federal funding piece is very small. And so that means that this is state of Idaho money. We're not going into debt to future generations of Americans. And for these reasons, I stand in support of this budget bill.
Is there further debate? Hearing none, Senator Ward Engelking, you're recognized to close the debate.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, Senators from 22 and 1. And we do need this money, and we do need this support for our educators in Idaho. And I so appreciate Senator from 22 pointing out that we really want this money to go to teachers, each single teacher. And yes, a policy piece would have been nice. It didn't get done, but hopefully our districts will take care of us and make sure that this goes out to every single teacher. And with that, debate is closed.
The debate being closed, the question before the Senate is, shall Senate Bill 1205 pass the Senate? The Secretary will call the roll.
Adams. Anthem. Berg.
There's
Burnt.
two of you now. And ladies before gentlemen, just remember that.
Bjerke. Burtonshaw.
Aye.
Carlson. Cook. Den Hartog. Geddes. Grove.
Aye.
Guthrie. Hart. Hartgen. Herndon. Just.
Aye.
Lakey. Lee. Lenny. Lent. Nichols. Ruchte. Schroeder. Samaroff. Taylor. Taves. Trakel. Van Orden. Vic. Wardingle King. Winder. Wintrow. Satterveld. Lenny. Nichols. There is also a pair vote. Senator Ricks votes aye. Senator Foreman votes nay.
The roll call shows 33 in favor with 2 against, a majority having voted in the affirmative. Senate Bill 1205 has passed the Senate. Is there correction to title? Hearing none, then the title is approved and the bill be transmitted to the House.
Mr. President.
Senator Anthony.
Is House Bill 242 as amended in the Senate in this order of business?
It is, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that all rules interfering with the immediate consideration of House Bill 242 as amended in the Senate be suspended.
Mr. President, I second the motion.
You've heard the motion. This is a non-debatable motion and requires 2/3 of those voting for passage. The Secretary will call the roll.
Adams. Anthon. Berg. Burnt. Bierke. Burtonshaw. Carlson. Cook. Den Hartog. Foreman. Geddes. Grow. Guthrie. Hart. Hartgen. Herndon. Just.
Aye.
Lakey.
Aye.
Lee. Lenny. Lent. Nichols. Ricks. Ruchte. Schroeder. Samaroff. Taylor. Taves. Trakel. Van Orden. Vic. Wardingle King. Winder. Wintrow. Satterveld. Hart. Ricks.
The roll call shows 34 in favor with 1 absent. More than 2/3 having voted in the affirmative. The rules are now suspended, and the Senate will have before it for immediate consideration House Bill number 242 as amended in the Senate. The Secretary will read the bill.
In the House of Representatives, House Bill 242 as amended in the Senate by State Affairs Committee, an act relating to abortion, provide for the crime of abortion.
Mr. President.
Senator Lakey.
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent that further reading of House Bill 242 as amended in the Senate be dispensed with. The journal show it's been read the 3rd time at length and properly placed before the Senate for final consideration.
Hearing no objection, it is so ordered. Senator Lakey, you're recognized to open the debate on the bill.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senators, this deals with a criminal offense that's described as abortion trafficking. That covers an adult who, with the intent to conceal an abortion from the parent or guardian, procures an abortion or an abortion-inducing drug to be used in the abortion for a pregnant minor by recruiting, harboring, or transporting that pregnant minor within the state. So that's the confines of the criminal conduct here. It focuses on an adult who acts to conceal this and then takes actions in furtherance of that while concealing it from the parent or guardian. It does provide an affirmative defense if the parent or guardian consented. It provides that the Attorney General can prosecute in this case if the local prosecuting attorney refuses to prosecute without regard to the facts or circumstances. There's a sentence of 2 to 5 years. It also amends the civil cause of action section and provides that there's no compensatory or punitive damages if those damages were paid in a previous case. It provides that there's no cause of action for a person who committed rape, sexual assault, or incest, or other criminal conduct that impregnated the pregnant woman. And then it also lists circumstances that are not defenses in the civil cause of action and addresses attorney's fees, gives the court discretion to not award attorney's fees and costs where the action may be frivolous, without foundation, or in bad faith, and then provides the opportunity, the discretion to award attorney's fees to the prevailing party in an action defending the constitutionality. And remember, Senators, that there were some amendments to this bill. We removed the inappropriate references to enforcement regarding 18622 and the application of certain insurance provisions, and it trued up the statute of limitations. With that, Mr. President, debate is open.
The debate being open, is there further debate?
Thank you, Mr. President, to debate against the bill.
Sarah Winthrop, you have the floor to debate the bill.
Thank you, Mr. President. I think first and foremost, one of the concerns I have immediately with the bill is the fact that we're labeling it abortion trafficking. And I know that we just had a discussion recently about human trafficking, and how serious that is. It's a wicked problem, and that we're really trying to capture people who are hold accountable, people who are basically capturing women and children and holding them captive and exploiting them and subjugating them and harming them. So if we are concerned about trafficking, I think it should be in that section. I'm not sure what it means as far as the definition here and why those words were chosen, but I am still concerned with the first paragraph. It says an adult with the intent to conceal an abortion from the parents or guardian shall commit a crime. So I wonder if somebody came to me who was troubled, maybe it was, a 17-year-old who was an incest survivor, doesn't have anybody to go to, struggling, finally discovered she was pregnant in, maybe the second trimester. She doesn't know what to do, and she comes to me for help. So what if I say, I will help you, because she doesn't have a parent to help her because of the abuse, whatever, and I drive across the border and take her to a place where it is legal to get an abortion. And prior to going into the abortion clinic, we call the parents and we let them know, here's what's going to happen. So at this point, the issue is not concealed anymore. And then I would hope that we wouldn't have a violation of the law because it is legal in another place. So I'm trying to figure out really what this law is doing as far as what criminal activity could take place other than the concealing within the state lines. The other thing I'm concerned about is on page 2 in the civil causes of action. So on the first page, we're creating a whole new code, a new section of code, 1866-623. Here's what you can't do, can't conceal. But then we go and open up 1888-07, which was the bounty hunter law that we passed another year, that basically allows people to sue physicians for performing an abortion. And we not only, so certainly we say finally the rapist himself cannot do it, but still we leave every other relative in there to basically harangue and harass and make sure that person doesn't get taken care of. On the first paragraph, it says any female, in the civil causes of action, it says any female upon whom an abortion has, let me back up. Page 1 at the very end, it talks about these civil causes of action. And it says, Section 2, that's Section 1888-07, Idaho Code B, and the same is hereby amended to read as follows. Any female upon whom an abortion has been attempted or performed, the father of the preborn child, a grandparent of the preborn child, a sibling of the preborn, etc., may maintain an action for. And then it goes through all that. Now, I know this is existing code, but it just dawned on me, if we double down on the civil penalties below, this section is really saying any female upon whom an abortion has been attempted may maintain an action against a physician. And that makes me think, what female would go to seek an abortion with a physician and in the middle of it stop or have a cause of action? What it makes me think about is those people who are trying to entrap others. That somebody who poses as somebody who's pregnant and wants to have an abortion goes to the physician and in the middle says, oh, psych, because now the physician can't use any of that as an affirmative defense because she has done that. This is troubling to me. This feels like sting operations. And finally, on the last page, where the following shall not be defenses to an action brought under this section. And there's a whole list of things, but I'm particularly intrigued by, I think it's section A, not award attorney's fees or cost to a person. Basically, these two sections, B and C, the first one, B, says, hey, if you sue on the constitutionality of this bill and you win, you don't get attorney's fees. The second section said, if you sue on the constitutionality of this bill and you lose, you get attorney's fees. So I'm concerned about the mindset on here, why we would include that in the civil cause of action. Overall, I think we all know that Idaho has the strictest abortion ban in the country. It is criminal, it is totally banned, and this bill adds insult to injury in my estimation. It is unnecessary and unneeded and further shackles young girls who are in trouble, who need help, and then it harms the parents' friends, the relatives, et cetera, who are trying to help her. Thank you, Mr. President.
Is there further debate?
Mr. President,
Senator Winter.
would the senator from 19 yield to a question?
Senator Winter, will you yield to a question?
Mr. President, I will try. The senator yields.
Senator yields.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator, you gave a scenario of taking someone without their parents to a different state. I'm just wondering if you're aware that the parents potentially could charge you with a federal case of kidnapping.
Senator Winter, or Wintro. Wintertro.
Mr. President and Senator, I don't know.
Thank you.
Is there further debate?
Mr. President, to debate the bill.
Senator Herndon, you have the floor to debate the bill.
I'm going to be supporting this bill. I do want to point out a flaw that I think is in the bill. Maybe something we can come back and revisit in the future. So the reason we have anti-abortion laws is because there is a constitutional right to life. In the 14th Amendment, no person, doesn't say U.S. citizen, no person shall be denied the right to life without due process of law. In the Idaho Constitution, Article 1, Section 1, we have a right to life, we have a right to defend life, which is why I think we have this legislation before us today. And our goal in these laws is that we would not deny the anti-murder laws of the state to be provided protection to a disfavored minority. And that disfavored minority of human beings are preborn human beings. And I think that's why we have this before us today. So I see the flaws on page 1, line 22, and it actually starts on line 21. It shall be an affirmative defense to a prosecution under subsection 1 of this section that a parent or guardian of the pregnant minor consented to trafficking of the minor. And I'd hope we fix that in the future, because that's not equal protection of the law. Neither a parent nor a guardian should be allowed protection from trafficking a minor for the purposes of abortion outside of the state. But I will stand in support of the bill today. Thank you.
Mr. President, to debate in favor of the bill.
Senator Foreman, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. I've heard lawmaking stated that, or people state that lawmaking is akin to sausage making. And for a long time, I thought maybe that was an exaggeration, but I don't think so anymore. I think this bill is a good example of some sausage making in progress. We could look at this bill for hours and debate it all day long, and we could find things that need to be changed or should be changed or would make the bill better. But I support the bill for two reasons. The bill protects two entities. Number one, it protects pregnant minors. That's a good thing, no matter what you think about the rest of the sausage. and it also protects the unborn. And that's a very good thing, no matter what you think about the rest of the sausage. So I rise in support in full recognition that maybe the bill could be a little bit better here and there, but it's a step in the right direction, and it's that first step that we need in order to get where eventually we want to be. So I fully support the bill. There's a lot of good in the bill.
Mr. President.
Senator Guthrie.
Thank you, Mr. President. Just to debate briefly.
You have the floor.
In support of the legislation, but mainly I wanted to stand and show my appreciation for the senator from 23 and being amenable to, I think, some amendments that trued up the bill. And so I just wanted to express my appreciation as he was flexible in his approach to this legislation. And again, I'll be supporting the bill.
Is there further debate?
Mr. President.
Senator Carlson.
To debate in favor.
Have the floor.
I want to say also that the senator from 23, I thank him for making an effort on this issue. This is an important issue. Abortion is a serious moral and health issue, and parents have a right to participate in decision-making for their underage daughters when abortion is involved. It should be a crime to obtain an abortion for a minor with the intent to conceal the abortion from their parents. I will vote in favor of this bill. Thank you.
Mr. President.
Senator Rutke.
Mr. President, to debate against the bill.
You have the floor, sir.
I wanted to point out one thing. I'm not really going to focus on the abortion piece. One aspect of the bill, though, that I think is a really dangerous road, no pun intended, that we're heading down, and it goes like this. Well, first of all, the new law of the land is that every state gets to decide for itself what its laws on abortion are. At least that's a quick summary of the newest Supreme Court decision on the issue. And as we know, states will take advantage of that. And Idaho has some of the strictest laws on abortion, but our neighboring states don't necessarily fall in line. Washington, Oregon have different views on abortion. This bill, in essence, makes going to a state where abortion is allowed, in other words, it's legal, a crime. And when you think about, if you just think about, okay, Idaho has the right to declare certain acts, crimes within our borders, what is the act that somebody who is taking a pregnant woman from Nampa to the Idaho border, what crime have they committed? They have a pregnant woman in their car. There's no act there. The act doesn't occur until they get within the borders of another state where that act is legal. Now moral issues are a separate discussion. I'm not talking about that. I'm just talking about what is prohibited under the law. And from Nampa to the Idaho border, no crime has been committed. And yet, we're making it a crime. And once you get into past the Oregon border into Oregon, and an abortion is conducted, the act was legal. So Idaho is, in essence, trying to say what is legal and illegal in another state. And I know for sure that Idaho wouldn't put up with that. If Washington tried to say, if you take somebody across the border to buy a weapon that we don't like, if Washington tried to criminalize that, I don't think they could do that. Of course, I don't know. Could be, it's probably why we let federal laws handle these things when it comes to crossing borders. But my concern is this. Just as important to every American is the ability to travel, to go across borders without having somebody sitting at the border. And I know this is a little facetious, but given the nature of this law, it sounds like you could post somebody at the border and check as you go across and say, well, I see you have a pregnant woman with you. What's the purpose for your trip to Oregon? This goes way too far. This is the government trying to dictate in other states what their law should be, trying to limit travel, trying to criminalize behavior that isn't criminal. It is government overreach, and I have heard myself say that way too many times this session, but I'm calling it like I see it. Thank you, Mr. President.
Is there further debate?
Mr. President, I think I have the question to the senator's question from earlier.
Does the senator wish to debate the bill for the second time?
I do briefly to answer that question.
Well, the question has been asked and answered, and we're moved on.
Happy to debate a second time.
Does anyone wish to debate the bill for the first time? Senator Wintrow, you're recognized to debate the bill for the second time.
Thank you, Mr. President and senators. I think the senator asked if my knowledge about kidnapping, and it kind of took me flat-footed for a second, but then it dawned on me what I was describing was not kidnapping. And what I think is being characterized in this bill is that somehow maybe friends of the family, maybe there's an incapacitated parent, maybe somebody wants some help, is being construed as trafficking. And so I would say if somebody was coercing an individual to make them do something against their will and be harmful, that is a bad thing. But I think we're misconstruing and we're using language that's inflammatory to get a reaction instead of really looking at what trafficking is. We're talking about somebody being helpful to somebody who's asked for help. And that does happen. And so I would say kidnapping is very different than what I was describing. Thank you, Mr. President.
Is there further debate? Hearing none. Senator Lakey, you are recognized to stand and close the debate.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senators, do appreciate debate. We clearly recognize we have differences of opinion on the abortion issue, but I do thank the senators from 19, 1, 6, 28, 7, and 29 for their debate. Obviously, abortion is an important issue. It's one that generates strong feelings, and we have set the state policy in Idaho. And thankfully, after Dobbs, we have the authority to do that. Trafficking is a crime that we define in a particular context. That's our job as legislators, is to define what is criminal conduct. And I think it's more appropriate because the definition of trafficking in this context regarding abortion is different than trafficking in other contexts. I think it avoids confusion by putting it here instead of putting it in the general human trafficking section, because, again, the definitions are different. The intent, particularly here, the nefarious intent, is that an adult is doing something with the intent and with the furtherance of action to conceal an activity with a minor from that minor's parent or guardian. That's the first thing that has to happen, that they're taking these actions to recruit, to transport outside of the knowledge of the parent of that minor. And it does apply to acts within the state. Again, we have the authority and the obligation and the opportunity to establish criminal laws in Idaho. And to take those acts in Idaho, that's what we're saying is a crime. It doesn't happen when they cross the state line. It happens when they take the furtherance and when they act in this capacity to facilitate and procure an abortion and then get that minor to travel within the state to pursue that abortion. Senators, this also narrows the scope of the cause of action. As was mentioned, it doesn't change some existing code. If there's potential work on existing code, then that's legislation for another day. With that, Senators, this is important legislation that does help protect our kids. It does help prevent and protect against abortion, especially those that occur without the consent of the parent in another state. I'd ask for your aye vote. Debate is closed.
The debate being closed, the question before the Senate is, shall House Bill number 242, as amended the Senate, pass the Senate? The Secretary will call the roll.
Adams. Anthem. Berg. Burnt. Bjerke. Burtonshaw.
Aye.
Carlson. Cook. Den Hartog. Foreman. Geddes. Grow.
Aye.
Guthrie. Hart. Hartkin. Herndon. Just.
Nay.
Blakey. Lee. Lenny. Lent. Nichols. Ricks. Ruckty. Schroeder. Simmelroth.
Mr. President.
Senator, you have 60 seconds.
Thank you,
to
Mr.
explain your
President.
vote.
The implications of this bill are, in terms of how it will be enforced, are dangerous and expansive. But regardless of how the bill is enforced, it's clear this bill will create a chilling effect on trusted adults who are trying to help young people get a needed abortion, even in places where abortions are legal. This senator votes no.
Senator Simmelroth votes no.
Taylor.
No.
Taves. Trakel. Van Orden. Vick. Wardingle King. Winder. Wintrow. Seiderveld. Ricks.
The roll call shows 27 in favor with 7 against and 1 absent. A majority having voted in the affirmative, House Bill number 242, as amended the Senate, has passed the Senate. Is there correction to title? Hearing none, then the title is approved and the bill will be transmitted to the House.
Mr. President,
Senator Anthem.
is House Bill 349 as amended in the Senate in this order of business?
349. Senator, it is in this order of business.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that all rules interfering with the immediate consideration of House Bill 349 as amended in the Senate be suspended.
Mr. President, I second the motion.
You've heard the motion. It's a non-debatable motion, requires 2/3 of those present for passage.
Mr. President,
Senator Lee.
I ask unanimous consent that the roll call vote uses to suspend the rules for the immediate consideration of House Bill 242 as amended in the Senate be now used to suspend all rules interfering with immediate consideration of House Bill 349 as amended in the Senate.
You've heard the request. Is there an objection? Hearing none, the rules are now suspended. Then House Bill 349, as amended in the Senate, will be in front of us for immediate consideration. The Secretary will read the bill.
In the House of Representatives, House Bill 349 is amended in the Senate by Ways and Means Committee, an act relating to herd districts, to provide that the power...
President.
Senator Schroeder.
Thank you, Mr. President. I ask unanimous consent that further reading of House Bill 349 as amended be dispensed with, and the journal show that it's been read at length, section by section, and placed before the Senate for final consideration.
Hearing no objection, it is so ordered. Senator Schroeder, you're recognized to open the debate.
Thank you, Mr. President. What this bill does is clears up an ambiguity about the applicability of the requirement that a herd district enclose its exterior boundaries that abut either public lands or open range area in the state of Idaho. So what we had was a requirement that a county can create a herd district, which is an area in which you're required to fence in your cattle. You are required to keep them in, as opposed to the remainder of the state of Idaho, which is open range, where if you don't want the cattle trampling your garden, you build a fence and keep them out. This takes care of the situations where a herd district that has been formed that requires all of its members to fence, keep their cattle in, is up against an area where cattle are free to roam, and at the time this legislation was amended once in 1963 and once in 1990. It expressly said that it didn't apply to herd districts that were created prior to that enactment. This one creates uniformity across all herd districts in the state and requires them to fence their exterior perimeters, and it allows them to levy against all of the people in the herd district to contribute to the cost of that exterior fence and cattle guards on the roads that penetrate that herd district to keep the cattle that are roaming at bay. And so with that, I would urge your aye vote.
Is there further debate? Hearing none, Senator Schroeder, you're recognized to stand and close the debate.
Thank you, Mr. President. I have heard this is a good bill, and I urge your aye vote.
That was good. The Secretary, well, I'm still reeling. The debate being closed, the question before the Senate is, shall House Bill 349 as amended in the Senate pass the Senate? The Secretary will call the roll.
Adams. Anthon. Berg.
I believe that probably breaks a rule.
Burns. Yerke. Burtonshaw.
Aye.
Carlson. Cook. Den Hartog. Foreman. Geddes. Grow.
Aye.
Guthrie. Hart. Hartgen. Herndon. Just.
Aye.
Blakey. Lee. Lenny. Lent. Nichols. Ricks. Ruckty. Schroeder. Semmelroth. Taylor. Taves. Trakel. Van Orden.
Mr. President, 60 seconds.
Van Orden, you have 60 seconds to explain your vote.
Mr. President, I feel fenced in to vote for this. I vote aye.
Senator Van Orden votes aye.
Beck. Ward King. Winder. Wintrow. Seiderveld. Adams. Ricks. Ward King.
The roll call shows 26 in favor with 8 against and 1 absent, a majority having voted in the affirmative. House Bill 349 as amended in the Senate is passed the Senate. Is there a correction to title? Hearing none, then the title is approved and the bill will be returned to the House.
Mr. President,
Sir Anthem.
I ask unanimous consent the Senate return to the 6th order of business.
Without objection, the Senate will return to the 6th order of business. Reports of standing committees. The Senate's in the 6th order.
March 30th, 2023, the Judiciary and Rules Committee reports that enrolled Senate Bills 1181, 1182, 1183, 1184, 1189, 1190, 1192, 1193, and Senate Bill 1196 were delivered to the Office of the Governor at 4:25 p.m. March 29th, 2023. Lakey, Chairman.
The report will be filed in the Office of the Secretary.
March 30th, 2023, the State Affairs Committee reports out House Bill 374 and recommended it do pass. Guthrie, Chairman.
House Bill 374 will be referred to the 12th order of business, second reading calendar.
Mr. President,
Sir Anthem.
I ask unanimous consent the Senate now advance to the 9th order of business.
Without objection, the Senate will now advance to the 9th order of business, consideration of messages from the House. The Senate's at the 9th order.
March 30th, 2023. Mr. President, I transmit herewith enrolled House Bill 376 and 367 for the signature of the President. McGinnis, Chief Clerk.
House Bill 376 and 367 have been signed by the President and will be returned to the House.
Mr. President,
Senator Anthony.
I ask unanimous consent the Senate now advance the 11th order of business.
Without objection, the Senate will now advance the 11th order of business, introduction, first reading, and reference of bills. The Senate's in the 11th order.
Mr. President.
Senator Anthony.
I ask unanimous consent that all bills on first reading be read by number, author, and title only, and the journal show they've been read at length.
Hearing no objection, it is so ordered.
In the Senate, Senate Bill 1213 by State Affairs Committee, an act relating to sexual exhibitions, to provide that certain persons and institutions must take reasonable steps to restrict the access of minors in certain instances. In the Senate, Senate Bill 1214 by State Affairs Committee, an act relating to sexual exhibitions, to provide that certain persons and institutions must take reasonable steps to restrict the access of minors in certain instances, to provide for a civil action in certain instances.
Senate Bills 1213 and 1214 will be referred to the Judiciary and Rules Committee for printing.
Mr. President.
Senator Anthony.
I ask the Senate go at ease for introductions and announcements prior to recessing for lunch.
Without objection, the Senate will go at ease. Are there announcements or introductions?
Mr. President, while we're at ease, just thinking about this afternoon, what we are planning on doing is an early afternoon caucus meeting for the majority. I'm thinking maybe we come back on the floor at about 1:15 and just give the minority again warning that we'll probably be up in the room for a while. So thank you, Mr. President.
Senate will be in order.
Mr. President.
Senator Anthony.
I move the Senate recess until the hour of 1:15 p.m.
Mr. President, I second the motion.
You've heard the motion. All in favor say aye. Those opposed say nay. The ayes have it. We'll see you at 1:15.
We now return to our regularly scheduled programming. To view continuing coverage of this session, please go to idahoptv.org and click on Idaho in Session.
And something that we don't.
Okay.
That's it. So just for your.
The Senate will be in order. The Secretary will call the roll.
Adams, Anthony, Berg, Burns, Bierke, Burtonshaw, Carlson, Cook, Den Hartog, Foreman, Geddes, Grove, Guthrie, Hart, Harkin, Herndon, Just, Lakey, Lee, Lenny, Lent, Nichols, Ricks, Ruchty, Schroeder, Semoroff, Taylor, Taves, Trakel, Van Orden, Vick, Wardingle King, Winder, Wintrow, Seiderveld, Adams, Briggs, Ruchte,
The roll call shows 32 present with 3 absent and excused. A quorum is present and the Senate is ready to go back to work. Senate's in the 11th order.
Mr. President.
Or are we in the 6th? We're in the 11th.
Thank you, Mr. President. I ask unanimous consent that all bills on first reading be read by number, author, and title only, and the journals show they've been read at length.
Without objection, it is so ordered.
In the Senate, Senate Bill 1215 by Finance Committee, an act relating to the appropriation to the Public Schools Educational Support Programs Division of Children's Programs.
Senate Bill 1215 will be referred to the Judiciary and Rules Committee for printing.
Mr. President.
Senator Anthony.
I ask unanimous consent the Senate return to the 9th order of business.
Without objection, the Senate will return to the 9th order of business. Messages from the House. The Senate's at the 9th order.
March 30th, 2023. Mr. President, I return here with Senate Concurrent Resolution 104, Senate Bills 1173 is amended, 1198, 1199, 1200, 1201, 1203, 1204, 1208, and Senate Bill 1210, which have been signed by the Speaker. McGinnis, Chief Clerk.
Senate Concurrent Resolution 104 will be referred to the Judiciary and Rules Committee for transmittal to the Secretary of State. And Senate Bills 1173 is amended, 1198, 1199, 1200, 1201, 1203, 1204, 1208, and 1210 will be referred to the Judiciary and Rules Committee for transmittal to the Governor.
Mr. President.
Senator Anthony.
I ask unanimous consent the Senate advance to the 13th order of business.
Without objection, the Senate will advance to the 13th order of business, third reading of bills. The Senate's at the 13th order.
Mr. President.
Senator Anthony.
I ask unanimous consent that House Bill 25 be referred to the 14th order for possible amendment.
You've heard the unanimous consent request. Is there an objection? Hearing none, House Bill 25 will be referred to the 14th order of business for possible amendment.
Mr. President.
Senator Anthony.
I ask unanimous consent that House Bill 206 is amended in the Senate be referred to the 14th order for possible amendment.
Without objection, House Bill 206 is amended in the Senate will be referred to the 14th order of business for possible amendment.
Mr. President.
Senator Anthony.
I ask unanimous consent the Senate return to the 12th order of business.
Without objection, the Senate will return to the 12th order of business, second reading of bills. The Senate's at the 12th order.
And Mr. President, I ask the Senate go at ease for the allowance of a majority caucus.
Without objection, the Senate will go at ease. Will you text me? When you guys text me? I will. I'll go down. I got to get some stuff to do in my office.
Yep, I'll text you.
Should be more than an hour or two, shouldn't it?
You can continue to visit if you want, but while we're at ease, we've got some troopers we wanted to introduce quickly so they can get back to their regular duties. We've got ISP Sergeant Ken Walker. Where did he go? I know he's up there. I saw him. Thank you for your service. We appreciate it. Be safe out there. Sergeant Troy Deby. Is that right? DeBee? Okay, that's nice. DeBee. So thank you for your service. Trooper Jamie Wood. All right, you're the canine guy. I'm surprised your dog isn't about 20 pounds heavier. ISP K9 Trooper Rooster. Can he bark for us? We also have Trooper Sergei Karpluk. Karpluk, is that right? Close enough? Thank you. Thanks for your service, too. And Trooper John Gibbs. Where's John? Thank you for your service. We appreciate it. Be safe out there on the roads, and we appreciate your diligence down here and making the public feel safe and just helping us with helping people around the building. So thank you very much. And we're going to be at ease here just for a little bit. We just got some amendments to the bills we had talked about up in the majority caucus. Secretary's out getting those packets ready, and we'll get started again.
Senators, you noticed the pizza. As I understand, Jason Monk's arranged for that to be sent over to us, and maybe some of his friends, but I don't know who all. But if you see Representative Monks, you might say thanks for the pizza.
Senate will be in order. The Senate is in the 12th order of business. Second reading of bills.
Mr. President, for Senate privilege.
Senator Anthony has the floor for a privilege.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senators, you have on your desk a pink piece of paper. It is the suspension calendar that we will be following here in the 12th order of business to take up bills, assuming that the Senate will allow for the suspension of rules. Mr. President, I move that all rules interfering with the immediate consideration of House Bill 369 be suspended.
Mr. President, I second the motion.
You've heard the motion. It's a non-debatable motion, requires 2/3 of those voting for passage. The Secretary will call the roll.
Adams. Anthony. Berg. Burned. Yerke. Burtonshaw. Carlson. Cook. Den Hartog. Foreman. Geddes. Grow. Guthrie. Hart. Hartgen. Herndon. Just. Lakey. Lee. Lenny. Lent. Nichols. Ricks. Ruchte. Schroeder. Semmelroth. Taylor. Taves. Trakel. Van Orden. Vic. Boarding Cooking. Winder. Winthrop. Seiderveld. Adams. Burnt. Ricks.
The roll call shows 34 in favor with 1 absent. More than 2/3 having voted in the affirmative, the rules are now suspended, and the Senate will have before it for immediate consideration House Bill number 369. The Secretary will read the bill.
In the House of Representatives, House Bill 369 by Appropriations Committee, an act relating to the appropriation to the Department of Health and Welfare.
Mr. President.
Senator Van Orden.
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent that further reading of House Bill 369 further reading be dispensed with, and the journal show it has been read the third time at length, section by section, and placed before the Senate for final consideration.
Without objection, it is so ordered. Senator Van Orden, you recognized to open the debate.
Thank you, Mr. President. Good ladies and gentlemen. This is the FY 2024 original appropriation bill for the Department of Health and Welfare's Division of Medicaid. The Division of Medicaid pays out claims on a fee-for-service method, meaning these dollars are only paid out if a healthcare provider provides a service and then files a claim to be paid out with the state. The Division of Medicaid contains 5 programs: Medicaid Administration and Medical Management, Basic Medicaid, which is mainly children and pregnant women in average health. Enhanced Medicaid is for those with complex medical needs, such as developmentally disabled Idahoans. Coordinated Medicaid is for those over 65 who are duly eligible for Medicaid and Medicare. Expansion Medicaid is for those who make under 138% of the federal poverty limits. In this budget bill, there are 12 line items. A lot of those, some of those items are results of lawsuits or Idaho code changing from year to year, adding different requirements for the Division of Medicaid, or that we are complying with federal requirements. There are a couple of things on this bill. Well, let me go back through a couple of the line items. So the second, one of the line items is ground emergency medical transportation. And if you remember, we passed a bill that gave emergency medical providers money to be able to purchase things that they needed, and a lot of it was the request for ambulances. So there's been a couple of budgets that we've given the first responders some money to pay for their needs. Another one on this is the KW Law Consult. That is required of the state because of that lawsuit. The Hospital Assessment Fund is we did the upper payment limits last year for the hospitals. The other one that I wanted to bring your attention to was the provider rate increase. So this year we gave increases to our community-based care providers. They have not had a rate increase since the late 1900s or 1990s, early 2000s. So they have not had a rate increase for a long time. The areas where we did give these were to certified family homes. They got an increase of 30%. Support employment, which had a rate increase of 38.44% increase. The support employment are the people that go out with disabled people. Maybe they're working in McDonald's or in Walmart, but it became evident that they were paying the workers more than they were paying the the healthcare workers that went with them to those facilities. So that was one thing we looked at there. Home delivered meals, we added some funds to. Personal emergency response systems, private duty nursing, and targeted service coordination. Targeted service coordination is like a manager for services so that they're making sure people are getting the right services. It looks at a cost savings so that they're getting the right services at the right time and that we're not duplicating those services. A couple of the other line items that I wanted to bring to your attention were we found out that there were already a number of people that had taken off the rolls of Medicaid, and besides the ones that the department had budgeted for this year. So we learned a couple of weeks ago that there were about 14,000 people that they had already removed from the Medicaid expansion relook at that they're doing right now. So we did remove $152,360,000 to take those people, the amount for those people off. We have since learned that there's been another 5,000 since then that they have taken off the rolls. The other line item was funding for HCR 9. We passed that legislation just lately, and that had to do with setting up the task force to look at cost containment for Medicaid, and we will be getting reports on that. The governor commissioned a report, and we got part of the report in January, like I said the other day, and the rest of it we will get in April. So as soon as we can get this budget through, we can get that task force set up and start down that road of looking at how we can manage Medicaid better. I think that's about all I had on here, and with that, debate is open.
Is there further debate?
Mr. President, to debate the bill.
Senator Herndon.
Thank you, Mr. President. I just want to give Idaho's taxpayers a little context for this budget, how big this is compared to the total budget in Idaho. This is actually, as far as single budgets, this is the largest single budget that we've ever contemplated in this legislature to date. So it is $4.5 billion for fiscal year 24. And for some background, in fiscal year 2020, this body appropriated $2.8 billion for Medicaid. And so here we are 4 years later, asking for 61% increase over that 4 years. Last year, the appropriation was just over $4 billion. So basically, we're on an unsustainable path in the sense that this budget right now occupies 32% of total spending in the state of Idaho. And so my argument today would be that this budget really doesn't have any cost containment going on. And I'll give an example. On line 48 of the SOP, we have discretionary spending, or we have a provider rate increase. On that line, that's $24.9 million for a provider rate increase, and that was not even requested by the governor. And even if we exclude the hospital assessment and enhanced federal match, there's over $120 million in discretionary line items in this budget, $120 million. Now that is on top of fiscal year 23's $200 million of discretionary line items, which also included provider rate increases. And that was on top of $130 million of non-discretionary adjustments for fiscal year 23. That was on top of $400 million of non-discretionary adjustments in fiscal year 22. And you can kind of see where I'm going with this program of Medicaid. I'm going to give you another example of cost increases and how they're surging. In fiscal year 20, the cost for prescriptions or pharmacy was $247 million. And in 2 years, by fiscal year 22, it had jumped to $527 million. More than doubling. It's important to note that during COVID, the public health emergency, the federal government provided that Idaho and other states, they provided us an enhanced federal match. Meaning that the federal government would pick up a higher share of Medicaid if Idaho did the following. Here's what was the requirement. We only removed people if they left the state, died, or they voluntarily disenrolled, meaning nobody could be kicked off if they did not meet income eligibility, as an example. Well, the public health emergency ends on April 1st, and Idaho can then remove ineligibles. The department estimates that there are about 151,000 people that are on Medicaid with undetermined eligibility. And here's my encouragement to the department, and here's how we can get a handle on this budget. Got 151,000 that starting on April 1st, the department can remove from Medicaid, or at least determine their eligibility. It's possible that tens of thousands of people are in this 445,000 population that's receiving Medicaid benefits in the state of Idaho. My encouragement, because this is the only way we're going to get there, you're going to hear some debate possibly about the long lag between incurring the actual medical care and the payments having to go out, 9 months, 12 months. So maybe we can't do anything about this budget for fiscal year 24, which is what we're considering in this original appropriation. But I know for a fact that we're not going to be able to change fiscal year 25 unless we contain costs or disenroll some of the people that are participating in Medicaid. I want to give one more piece of perspective. Before Obamacare in 2010, there were fewer than 200,000 people on Medicaid in Idaho. So right now we're talking about 445,000. We have to somehow, as a body, encourage cost containment by the Department of Health and Welfare. They're showing in their projections, they're showing next year in fiscal year 2024, they're not expecting a lot of disenrollments. And why is that? And I asked that question to the department, and I'll encourage them through this debate that they seriously look at disenrollments and taking people off that should not be on there. Medicaid expansion that the citizens passed in 2018 was projected to cost a certain amount. It's now $1 billion. So I'll leave you with this. $4.5 billion in this budget serving 445,000 Idahoans. That's 32% of our total budget in Idaho, serving 23% of the population. In education, by comparison, we're spending about $3.5 billion. These are the two big budget items, serving 300,000 in population. It's actually pretty close in alignment, dollar per person served. But this is one budget. Medical care, government paid, that being with the government responsible, we have to get containment of these costs. Otherwise, we may be at the point, I'm looking at the chart here on 2014 where we were at $2 billion, now we're at $4.5. Where are we going to be 5 years from now? And with that, I just wanted to inform the taxpayer. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. Is there further debate?
Mr. President.
Senator Wintrow.
Thank you, Mr. President. I think the problem with this budget is what the senator indicated was $150 million that was pulled from non-discretionary funds. And it's my understanding that those weren't taken afterward, that the director of Medicaid actually incorporated those into the budget projections as far as what we needed on those people who are enrolled. Non-discretionary funding is the money we don't have the discretion over. We have to pay the bills. People are being treated, so we have to pay that. And that's business. And it is a poor business model if we don't pay the bills. And those bills need to be paid, and right now what we're doing is punting it down the road to pay it next year. I think it's important to recognize too that it's also my understanding that from working these budgets in the past, Medicaid only has a couple budget analysts. And a private insurance company of this size would have 60 to 100 people. And if we really want to look at cost containment, we need to also have enough staff to be able to supervise these contracts and to look at the cost containments. And it's my understanding that there was a motion put forward that included some additional analysts to help with that cost containment, and that was rejected. We have to pay the bills, and we should not be cutting this budget. And we should ask ourselves not, the question is, why are so many people on Medicaid? Maybe it's a deeper question to look at our economy and the salaries and our workforce. But people need health care, and the expansion population is not really what's costing and driving these costs. We have seen that over and over. We got the presentation this year. We have actually put less money from the general fund toward the expansion population than previous year. We're actually saving money, and we would actually lose money if we took people, we just cut Medicaid. We're actually spending less to get more services, and if we actually cut that expansion population, we would pay more to get the same services. So that's my problem with this budget. We should not be cutting non-discretionary monies because that's bad budgeting, that is bad business, and that is not paying the bills, and that's not what people should be about.
Mr. President,
Senator Bierke,
to debate the bill.
you have the floor.
Boy, this is a tough one to step into. Oh, boy. I mean, the numbers, you can't deny the truth. I mean, figures on a piece of paper, on a spreadsheet. All I can say is from a perspective of somebody who, this was a budget that I worked on. I just want to say a couple things. One, I really want to give a lot of credit to the co-chairs this year. And this is something maybe for the citizens of Idaho to understand, that we had 2 new co-chairs and quite a few new folks on JFAC, and a bit of a learning curve. And when you look at this, nobody seems to have the answer. You can talk about the economy. Why are so many people on Medicaid? Are we moving toward a one medical coverage type situation for the people of Idaho and across the United States? But as a good senator from District 1 has on many of these budgets, and I cannot disagree with him, has sounded the alarm about what we need to do moving forward. And I want to contend that we have done some things this year for a new person that I was pleased that we did. You know, and we just looked at House Bill 161, and that was a means of trying to get people back to work that are on food stamps. And when you get people back to work, their incomes go up, and they're beyond that threshold, and possibly they're not on Medicaid. So there's things we've done. We've looked at issues of, changing how we provide it, managed care. We've done studies to see how we can lessen the impact of this budget. Is it true that it's gone a little bit out of control? I mean, just look at the figures. But we also don't take into account what has happened in the last couple of years and the fact that we're dealing with this huge amount of federal dollars coming to the system. And we were mandated by the federal government to not be allowed to go and do our due diligence to see who is and who isn't eligible for Medicaid. And I guess, I'm long on America, and if I'm long on America, I'm certainly long on the state of Idaho. I want to provide a positive view of what I think we can do moving forward. It wouldn't be prudent for us not to listen to the good senator from District 1, because he's telling us, he's sounding the alarm. He's saying if we don't address these issues, we potentially might have greater problems moving forward. Well, on my side of it, I'm seeing that we have people that are eager to get down to the work of trimming the budget and doing just that. And for my part, like I said, I'm long on Idaho. Would I love our economy to be such moving forward? Are we heading into a looming recession? Is inflation going to rise? And what is the effect moving forward? I would just say that there's enough people here with enough good ideas that all at least see the problem, that I think if you have faith in the system and the people here working on this issue, I think we're going to do fine moving forward.
Mr. President.
Senator Ringo King.
Thank you. And to debate the bill, many of you know I've been on JFAC for 6 years, and this year we've sent some good, well thought out budgets to the body across the rotunda. only to have them returned without an up or down vote. And that's troubling to me. And one of the things that I think is missing in this budget is we need more people analyzing claims. We need them looking carefully at, is there a generic medication that will work in place of the more expensive medication? Is there a place where the surgery, if necessary, could be done at a hospital that's less expensive or a facility that's less expensive? Is there a physical therapy that might take the place of surgeries? We have 2 people managing thousands of claims, and we know that businesses like Blue Cross have 50 people. That's an element that's missing in this budget. We also know that, as the good senator from District 1 said, we are in the rears on claims. So even if somebody is disenrolled, if they're taken off the rolls, we know that those claims come in 12 to 18 months later. So because of that, we know we're going to be back next year with a supplemental to pay the bills. And that, to me, is not good, transparent budgeting. And so because of that, I cannot support this budget. Thank you.
Further debate.
Mr. President, to debate the bill. Good senators, this is a false economy to cut $150 million out of this budget, but we still have to pay the bills. This is just a line where we say, well, we're going to put this much in at this point, but we're not being honest with people if we're saying that that's what the budget is going to be, because we're going to have to come back in just a matter of months and pay the bills. If you want to cut this budget, and I do too, look at managed care or some other method to control costs. You do nothing by cutting the budget number on the front end of this. And so for that reason, I'll be voting no.
Is there further debate?
Mr. President.
Senator Cook.
Thank you. To debate the bill in favor
You
of.
have the floor to debate.
Thank you. Senators, I don't think there's any surprises about what the Medicaid budget is. I don't think there's a surprise in any state in the nation. I think everybody is struggling with health care costs and with the Medicaid costs, so there is no surprise there. Last year, I made the decision to work the Medicaid budget, to work the health and welfare budgets. With the caveat, I said I will not carry the Medicaid budget on the floor, though. And I show up, and guess what was sitting on my desk the day the Medicaid budget was done? It was with my name on it. And so I did carry the Medicaid budget last year. But I also worked those budgets this year. And again, it's very heart-sickening to look at the amount of money that we're paying. But to be quite honest, that's health care. And it's across the nation, and we know that. Health care, we've got a problem with it. As far as Medicaid and as far as this budget, there was mention about what are we doing to cost contain it? How are we working it? There is a $500,000 in this budget to go study it this summer to look at managed health care. So we are looking at that. This April, there is a long-term cost containment report that's supposed to come out. We are studying it. We are looking at what can we do to get this under control. Some of the things you need to think about also that costs a lot of money is that we are paying this rate increase that we did for $24.8 million. That is to keep people in their homes. It is a heck of a lot cheaper to keep them in their homes than put them out at Switzer or any other state hospital. As soon as you start putting them in the hospital, then they become awards of the state. And when they are owned by the state, that's when the lawsuits start coming. And a big hunk of this budget is payments for lawsuits. And so, yes, there is some money here, and some of the money that we're paying out, the big bucks, is in an effort to contain this
this budget, to keep them at home, to keep them out of our hospitals so that we are not in control of their lives. Senators, we have worked and worked and worked this budget. We have tried to find places that we can cut costs, and we have done our best that we can. Again, we have reports that are coming in. We're hoping that there's somebody out there really smart that can look at our budget and say, hey, this is where you got screwed up and you've got some things wrong. That's what we're hoping. But to say, no, we don't want the budget, I don't believe that's an answer. I don't believe you're going to get anywhere by voting against the budget. It is a good budget for what we have. Can we improve upon it? I hope so. I hope we got some reports that we can look at for next year. And so with that, I ask you, senators, to at least give us a chance. This was lots and lots of hours that we worked on it. So I'd ask for your aye vote. Thank you.
Mr. President.
Senator Winder.
Debate in favor of the bill.
You have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. This is one of the most difficult jobs we have when we come here, is trying to figure out what to do with the budget, how much money to spend, where to spend it. Do you know our only constitutional obligation as the legislature? It's to have a budget. That's our only constitutional obligation, is to leave here with a balanced budget. We're going to leave here with a balanced budget. We're going to leave here with several $100 million on the bottom line. I think the committee's done a wonderful job of trying to balance this out. I think the senator from one makes some great points. I think there are problems in our process, in our just the whole system we have right now in our country. But I think that we are going to have to pay these bills one way or the other. You can face it as a supplement when you come back next year, but the reality of it is we're obligated as members of this legislature to leave here with a balanced budget. And you can vote against every budget you want, but we're constitutionally obligated to have a budget when we leave here. Thank you.
Is there further debate?
Mr. President.
Senator Nichols.
Thank you, Mr. President, to debate the bill. Thank you. You know, if I was looking at a business and I was looking at these figures, there would be heads rolling because this is unsustainable. I'm looking at the trajectory of the costs, and it just continues to increase over and over and over again for the last several years with little slight dips, but it just pops right back up. And so if I was a business, I would be pulling people in and figuring out what we could do right away instead of saying we're just going to come back the next year and we'll fix it, because that's what I've heard over the last several years. We'll come back the next year and we'll fix it. We'll get it under control, but it's not getting under control. It's continuing to expand. And with the issues that we have, you know, there's about 151,000 questionable eligible people that are on here right now. If we removed half of those, the budget would go down approximately $830 million. But what is the motivation to even do that? Because the providers continue to benefit by keeping them on the roll. So we continue to have higher and higher costs, and it seems like the more government gets involved in this, the more expensive it becomes. And so if we continue on this trajectory, we're already at a critical time period right now with what's going on. I mean, I'm looking at 2021, 166 million, jumping to 2022, 290 million, and then 2023, 291 million. So it's not going down. We're not getting control of it. We're continuing to spend. We continue to provide the service for those that are not eligible, and there really isn't that much incentive to take them off. And so this is unsustainable. We are going to end up in a lot of problems, and those that actually are needing the help are not going to be able to get it because we have those that are on it that shouldn't be on there. So until we can get better control of this and actually make some dents in this budget, I can't continue to support the cost that's involved in this. So I won't be supporting the budget.
Mr. President.
Senator Hart.
Thank you, Mr. President. To debate the bill?
You have the floor.
Thank you. I looked at the Medicaid budget for the year 2001. It was $607 billion. Last year, it was $4,440 million. I looked at the growth rate in the budget for the last 22 years. It was 9% per year. If we go back just before COVID, it was 15% per year. At 9% per year, it doubles in 8 years. At 15% per year, the budget doubles in 5 years. I want to say that I appreciate all the hard work that's gone into this, and I want to say to the senator from 32, when those reports come, would you please share them with me, and I'll be willing to look at those and see if I have a bright idea. But it is unsustainable, and we are going to have to come up with a fix. And we can't keep this budget going the way it is for too many more years before it probably dominates all the other budgets and affects our ability to govern in many other areas. Thank you, Mr. President.
Is there further debate?
Mr. President,
Senator Taylor.
debate against the bill.
Have the floor.
I would concur with my fellow senators behind me who've said about this. These are bills that are obligated to be paid, and we should be paying them. And the lack of $150 million, I think, doesn't quite live up to it. So I'll be voting no.
Is there further debate?
Mr. President,
Grover.
thank you. To debate the bill.
You have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. I appreciate the discussion. I think we all have similar feelings as to what's been heard here this afternoon. Just a little background. We have something like 108 budgets that we prepare here in a couple of months time period. We're not running these businesses. We are getting requests from departments, et cetera, to fund the businesses as we've been asked to do by the Constitution. In our appropriation work that we do, we've got 20 folks. We divide up, try to work on multiple budgets, something like 20 to 25 budgets a piece. Very time consuming. Early in the morning, we're always here by 7, if not earlier, working noons, et cetera, trying to do our best to determine what is appropriate for these budgets. But we are a part-time legislature. We're not running these businesses. We are responding to requests for funding. Now, we do have a role. We have a policy role. And that's why we have all of these committees. I'll use that word. I'm not referring to any committee in particular, but we have committees that are our germane committees. And they do have an opportunity to make policy. In our appropriation group, our responsibility is to fund based on the policy that's been made. We are not a policy-making committee. We're a funding committee. So what we're living with is policy that has been presented to us, and it's our responsibility to fund it. And then it's all of our responsibility to make sure we have the balanced budget as our Constitution demands. Now, it's kind of interesting. This is a very kind of a different budget because people are already on the rolls. Whatever services they're receiving, whether they go up this year, down this year, doesn't seem to matter, because the Department of Health and Welfare and Division of Medicaid is legally obligated to pay those bills, period. So as we look at this budget, we could cut it $1 billion. You want to cut it $1 billion? We'll cut it $1 billion. And then next year, we'll have to come back and potentially have a supplemental for $1 billion to pay for all of the bills that were incurred in the meantime that we didn't have a budget for. Or we could go the opposite extreme and say, well, these cuts are too much, too many cuts. We need to fund it, the total request that the department gave us. We could do that. And then if we are overfunding by that, then we'll get a reversion back next year. We'll get a refund, if you want to call it that. So one way or another, the bills are going to be paid, no matter what budget we decide on. The bills are going to be paid. If we cut the budget too much, we're going to have a big supplemental next year. We're still going to pay the bills. Or if we have the budget that is too high, then we're going to get a reversion of the money. So our responsibility is to pass a budget that, to the best of our ability, approximate what we think reality will be. We think this is a good shot at what we think reality will be. If we've projected wrong, we'll get money back, or if we projected wrong the other way, we will pay a supplemental. So we're going to pay the bills one way or the other. I would encourage each of us, if we're really interested in reaching out and doing something about Medicaid, to get involved with the department that works on these issues. Spend your summer, spend your fall. It's not time in this legislative session for a limited number of legislators working on 108 budgets to get into the kind of detail that I hear being talked about. With that, I encourage your support on the budget. Thank you.
Is there further debate?
Mr. President, to debate the bill.
Senator Adams, you have the floor to debate the bill.
Thank you, Mr. President. There's been, all the good talking points are already taken, right? I guess the thing I really wanted to stand up and say is that there are a couple ways that this can play out. If this budget doesn't pass, we go back to JFAC. Maybe we make it a little bit smaller, maybe we make it a little bit bigger, and next year we come back and we pay what we didn't pay. The money's still going to go. It's just whether it's this year or next year. I share the concerns, the same concerns that the good senator from District 2 has in regards to the growth of this, and what it looks like is perpetual growth. And I've been hearing ever since I got here, and even before I got to the legislature, that this would eventually balance out and it would save us money, but it hasn't. And I don't see that in our future. Mr. President, to refer to pending legislation, can we do that here?
I think that's a vestige that we brought from the other body. And so I think here it's way more lax than it used to be. So,
thank you, Mr. President.
Refer.
So I would encourage those, and the good senator from District 14 mentioned if you want to do something about the Medicaid budget, that you should work with them through the year. I would suggest that if you want to do something about the Medicaid budget, and if we're actually going to do something about it, then we should probably look at solutions like House Bill 123, which repeals Medicaid in the state of Idaho. That is policy that has been set, and the bills are still going to be due until we address that. I will be voting yes for this budget. Thank you, Mr. President.
Is there further debate?
Mr. President, to debate the second time.
Senator Cook, well, is there anyone that wishes to debate this for the first time at this point? Senator Cook, you're recognized to debate the second time.
Thank you, Mr. President. Just some comments that I've heard. The good senator from District 10 mentioned that if this was their business, that they would start removing people from Medicaid. And absolutely, and that is what we are doing. But legally, we could not even look at those, couldn't decide who we could take off. There is a hard, fast date, and I don't remember when that is, but it's either in April or May, where we can actually remove people. But they have started identifying those, and so far they have identified 14,000 people that they can remove from Medicaid, and another 5,000 more that they've just done. So we're up to 19,000 people. So they are trying to identify people. They are trying to get them off, to shrink the numbers that we're serving. It's not, we're just sitting there doing nothing. The other thing you need to remember also is in the last 2 or 3 years, I believe Idaho was the #1 state with population growth. And so along with that, you are going to have more people on Medicaid. This good senator from someone over there talked about learning the budgets. I just want to tell you that I met with Health and Welfare all through this last year, about once or twice a month, and asking stupid questions, trying to understand this budget and how it works. So there's a lot of time and effort that's been in it. That does not mean that you just blindly vote for a bill, though, or for a budget. But I want to tell you that I've done my due diligence on this. I believe we have a good budget. I believe it can get better, and I'm committed to do that. But that's where we are today. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there further debate?
Mr. President, to debate a second time.
Again, the offer for the first time. Senator Herndon, you're recognized to debate for the second time.
Thank you, Mr. President. I think it's important to also say that this isn't just federal money. $3 billion of this is federal money. $1.5 billion is not federal money. General fund money, $856 million in this budget. That's sales taxes, corporate and personal income taxes. $676 million dedicated funding. So this is a direct impact to Idaho's taxpayer. This is not just something we get provided as a debt burden on future generations of Americans. This is eating into Idaho taxpayers' liberty, the ability to use their own money. It creates a disability for us to return excess money to the taxpayer. The ineligible population, the way budgets work is you put a constraint. That's what a budget is. It isn't just saying how much does something potentially cost and then just putting enough money behind it. It is saying, you know what, we need to keep this budget down. We're going to set the budget at this amount, and that's going to basically compel action on the part of the government. It's going to compel health and welfare to get more aggressive about removing ineligible population. A good portion of that of the potential ineligibles are the expansion population. But if there's no incentive for government to act by a budgetary constraint, then government's not going to act. People don't act unless there's budgetary constraint. And I use the example of my debit card versus my credit card. It's a lot easier to spend money on your credit card. It's not money that you're constrained against a balance that's been assigned. And when I put my own self on my debit card spending and only put so much in that account, I actually do spend less. And that's the way we should be budgeting in the state of Idaho. We're stewards of the taxpayer resources. These are Idaho taxpayer resources, whether they come from federal sources or whether they come from general fund sources. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. Is there further debate? Hearing none. Senator Van Orden, I believe it's up to you to close the debate.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you for all the debate today. This is a huge amount of money that we are spending, and we all realize that. It was interesting last year when the good senator from 32, when we were doing budgets, and he had a budget that he didn't want to work on, and it was for Switzy. He came to me and said, can you trade me for a budget? I just really don't want to carry this one. I said, well, here's one that I have. And so I switched him, and he looked at it, and he said, is this $1 billion? And I said, yeah, have fun. And so he did end up with the Medicaid budget last year, and it was a lot of money. And I looked at that one last year, and when I knew I was coming back this year, I knew that I wanted to work on this one to see what we could do, because it was a lot of money that was going out, and it was a lot of money over the years. Things had increased. And the other thing that you want to look on here is there have been a lot of cost increases in healthcare. And so that's a lot of what some of this is. I'm not saying it's a lot. I appreciate the good senator from 1. And let me tell you, I have found there are a lot of, and I don't mean this derogatory, there are a lot of hawks looking at this budget, and it's a good thing. So I want you to know that we are in good hands. There's a lot of people that want to reduce this. And so through the discussions we've had in our working groups and the times we've had to go back into those working groups to try to come up with a budget, it's been a lot of us are taking notes to see where we can start whittling this down. A couple of things. When we do the redeterminations, we did have a presentation, and we got to hear this year about, I'm sorry, I'm talking about committee, but a lot of us got the knowledge of what it took for redeterminations in health and welfare. Also, we talk about the help that health and welfare has to do to look at people and try to help them and manage the costs. Our state has had a combination of Medicaid, well, I guess you'd call it Medicaid cost containment, plus what has been done in the hospitals called value-based. And we've had it for a number of years. But as you can see, the costs keep going up. Thus, the reason for the task force this year, to be able to look at what other states have done, what kind of models they've used, take it into consideration for Idaho, making sure that we're looking at all of the populations that are using this. I don't know about you, but I would like to get some of the people off that probably should not be on here and use this money to help the people that need to be on here. We talked about doing the provider rate increases. Those programs support what are called home-based services. These keep people in their homes, keep them out of assisted living centers, out of hospitals, out of nursing homes, out of the state hospitals. So we don't have those costs, high costs. It keeps them in their homes where they can be managed, their costs can be managed, and the costs can stay low for them. We talked about pharmacies and how much pharmacy costs have went up. That's a huge part of this. The good senator from 32 had worked on the MMIS system, and that is part of that, is to look at those and be able to put them on a system that is going to show us actual results, good information that we can make decisions off of. That's going to be a little ways out, but it's starting this year. And I believe it's part of the whole picture that we're going to have to look at. You know, there was another budget that came forward that added costs into the Department of Health and Welfare to help with evaluation and help make sure that people that were on this were using the right services, and that's what managed Medicaid is about. And so a good representative from across the rotunda felt like we were jumping ahead of what this task force could do, and so that was not put in this budget, and that is why. We feel like through this next, 6 to 9 months, that we can get some help and be able to look at these costs and be able to reduce this. I'm just going to read it from here. It's a $4,539,917,000 budget. The percentage from this one was less than the governor asked for, and it was less than what the department asked for in the first place. It wasn't that much less, but I believe it was less. So we are going down. It's not enough. It's not enough in my opinion, but this is where we are this year. And I know there was a proposal to cut 75,000 people out of this right now. But like others have said in here, we'll come back and pay that cost next year in a supplemental, because those bills will still be coming, even if we've taken those people off. And with that, debate is closed.
The debate being closed, the question before the Senate is, shall House Bill number 369 pass the Senate? The Secretary will call the roll.
Adams, Anthony, Berg, Berg. Berndt. Bierke. Burtonshaw. Carlson. Cook. Den Hartog. Geddes. Grow. Guthrie. Hart. Harkin. Herndon. Just. Lakey. Lee. Lenny.
Mr. President, 60 seconds.
Senator Lenny, you have 60 seconds to explain your vote.
Thank you, Mr. President. So we've heard that this is not a policy item, it's a budget item, but as the good senator from 12 said, I think a few days ago, that budget is policy. And if you have bad policy, it leads to bad budgets. And if we pass the bad budgets, a bad budget, it further incentivizes more bad policy, and it keeps going and going and going. There are over 100,000, I think it's higher than that, but just conservative estimate, 100,000 ineligible, able-bodied adults on here who do not qualify for Medicaid. Calling this an expansion, Medicaid expansion in 2018, I know it was 2018, but it's become a Medicaid explosion. This is the largest budget bill in Idaho's history, and for that, I'm a no.
Senator Lenny votes no.
Land. Nichols. Ruchte. Schroeder. Samoroff. Taylor. Taves. Trakel. Van Orden. Vic.
Mr. President.
Senator Vick, you have 60 seconds, just like the old times.
Thank you, Mr. President. This would be the 13th year I've got to vote on a Medicaid bill. And every year they say we're going to look into it and see if there's some way we can cut these expenses. And they've never done it. If we're serious about reducing the Medicaid budget, we're going to have to look at repealing Medicaid expansion. And until we do that, we're not going to control this budget. This senator votes no.
Senator Vick votes no.
Ward Engelking. Winder. Wintrow. Seiderveld. Berg. Carlson.
Mr. President.
Senator Carlson.
60 seconds.
60 seconds.
My constituents sent me here to manage the spending, and among other things, and this needs to be fixed. And if we continue to vote in favor of this, and I appreciate all of what the senators and the representatives from the House have done on the JFAC committee. I understand it's a huge amount of work, but in my business, this kind of spending does not sustain my business, so this senator will vote no.
Senator Carlson votes no.
Just. Ruchte. Samoroff. Taylor.
Nay.
Wintrow. Seiderveld.
Mr. President, 60 seconds.
Senator, you have 60 seconds to explain your vote.
Okay, I'm going to try to do this real quick. So in 2018, I was never for Medicaid expansion. When I was on the Health and Welfare Board, I was not for recommending the Medicaid expansion. And so it was said that, our only constitutional obligation or duty was to have a balanced budget. So then why did we ever take on Medicaid expansion to begin with? I know we had a ballot initiative, but again, if our constitutional duty was to have a balanced budget, we could have voted no back then. When you have the word expansion in there, it's going to expand. And so it's like with a diet, it's easier to expand than to lose weight. And the only way that we can lose weight is to actually stop eating, and so this senator votes no.
Senator Zeiderfeld votes no.
There is also a pair vote. Senator Ricks votes aye. Senator Foreman votes nay.
The roll call shows 18 in favor with 17 against. A majority having voted in the affirmative, House Bill number 369 has passed the Senate. Is there a correction to the title? Hearing none, and the title is approved, and the bill will return to the House of Representatives.
Mr. President.
Senator Anthony.
Is House Bill 374 in this order of business?
Yes. House Bill 374 is in this order of business.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move all rules interfering with the immediate consideration of House Bill 374 be suspended.
Mr. President, I second the motion.
You've heard the motion. It's non-debatable and requires 2/3 of those voting for passage.
Mr. President.
Senator Lee.
I ask unanimous consent to the roll call vote used to suspend the rules for the immediate consideration of House Bill 369 be now used to suspend all rules interfering with the immediate consideration of House Bill 374.
You've heard the unanimous consent request. Is there an objection? Hearing none, the Secretary will read the bill.
In the House of Representatives, House Bill 374 by State Affairs Committee, an act relating to abortion, to remove obsolete language, to provide that certain...
Mr. President.
Senator Lakey.
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent that further reading of House Bill 374 be dispensed with. The journal shows it's been read the third time at length and properly placed before the Senate for final consideration.
Without objection, it is so ordered. Senator Lakey, you are recognized to begin the debate.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senators, this bill is literally the result of session-long discussions. This topic came up really at the beginning of the session, if not before. And there's been a lot of discussion, back and forth, debate, and this is where that discussion evolved. Senators, as you know, Idaho's law prohibiting abortion became effective after the U.S. Supreme Court in the Dobbs decision returned the authority to regulate abortion to the states. Our current law was passed a few years before that in hopes that the Supreme Court would properly return this authority to the states. Senators, I just want to lay out a little bit of the current state of legal proceedings, because that was part of the discussion and part of what generated this legislation. So the federal government challenged our current law in the context of emergency rooms. And on August 24th, 2022, Judge Windmill issued his decision granting a preliminary injunction while the case proceeded through litigation. And that preliminary injunction and that challenge was the application of the law only in the context of the emergency room, which is governed under federal law in specific circumstances. It's governed under the Emergency Medical Treatment and Labor Act, or EMTALA. You may have heard that before. His decision was largely based, Judge Windmill's decision was largely based on his interpretation of Idaho's abortion law. After Judge Windmill's decision, approximately 4 months later, on January 5th, 2023, the Idaho Supreme Court issued its decision upholding Idaho's abortion law over Planned Parenthood's challenge. And that case is really fascinating. It's long, if you have an opportunity to read it, but it's extremely thorough. Judge Brody's decision was very thorough and well written. And the court found that Idaho's law was in conformance with historic Idaho law. That was part of the constitutional analysis, and that the law was in fact constitutional under the Idaho Constitution. In its review, the court went back and looked at the abortion laws in Idaho since our early territorial days. And back in the first territorial legislative sessions, the Idaho legislature passed a prohibition on abortion. And that prohibition prohibited abortion unless it was necessary to save the life of the mother. And that law also provided a penalty of 2 to 5 years for those that violated that law. And that same prohibition and consequence was really consistent through the state of Idaho until Roe. And our current law reflects that. So it was a felony with a 2 to 5 year penalty. This law essentially is the same thing. It focuses on an exception related to the life of the mother and provides that penalty. In that case, our Supreme Court interpreted and applied Idaho's abortion law. Their interpretation of Idaho law is binding on Judge Windmill in his federal decision as far as the application of Idaho law, and removes a lot of his interpretive basis for his decision. Senators, that federal case regarding the emergency room is still pending, and there's a request for reconsideration that's been made by the state of Idaho, but to my knowledge, that request has not yet been determined. All of that said, Senators, the discussions to this point have included a review of that Idaho Supreme Court case, and also we've listened to some of the concerns that have been raised by folks, including medical providers. That brings me now to the bill itself. So in this bill, Senators, we are including additional language that, from my perspective, was reflective of our original intent, but it also codifies the application and the finding of that intent in the Supreme Court decision. It makes amendments to the exceptions to the definition of abortion. And those exceptions are the following: removal of a dead unborn child, removal of an ectopic or moral pregnancy, and treatment of a woman who is no longer pregnant. And for reference, the Idaho Code provides a definition of pregnancy, which includes when a woman is pregnant, as long as that fetus is developing. So a non-viable pregnancy where that fetus is no longer developing is treatment of a woman who's no longer pregnant. That was recognized by the Supreme Court. And even early in this session, Senators, we were hearing concerns that ectopic pregnancies are not covered, that these non-viable situations are not covered and they're prohibited. That was not the case, nor was that our intent. The Supreme Court noted in their interpretation in their decision that the current law does not include these situations. So we are codifying these exceptions for clarity and, frankly, for transparency. So folks can't make that argument. They aren't confused. The average citizen is more likely to look at the code versus read an Idaho Supreme Court decision. The bill also removes the trigger language, which made it effective when the Dobbs decision came out, since it's now effective, so that's no longer necessary. It also changes the approach to some of the exceptions that we have listed in code. One of those exceptions, the first one, is the good faith medical judgment of the physician that the abortion is necessary to prevent the death of the mother. So that's your life exception. And Senators, it's a subjective exception. It's the subjective good faith medical judgment of that doctor. It doesn't provide limitations on that scope, on that timing. As the Supreme Court described it, it's a wide path for that doctor to exercise that discretion. And then the second exception is for rape and incest. So those exceptions, the language has not changed, but our approach to them changes under this legislation. Currently, the law provides that these exceptions are dealt with as an affirmative defense. Judge Windmill spent a lot of time complaining about an affirmative defense approach in his decision. But the Idaho Supreme Court clarified that this approach was this approach was lawful and constitutional, so it was appropriate to utilize that method. However, we've also heard concerns from physicians regarding an affirmative defense versus a straight exception, so to speak. And for those of you that may not understand, affirmative defense is raised later after the charges are filed, where an exception applies before the charges are filed. So as I said, this leaves the description the same, but changes the approach. And Senators, I think you know I'm a former prosecutor. I don't see a large practical difference between the two. An affirmative defense, if a prosecutor knows there's a viable affirmative defense, they're not going to file the charges. If the prosecutor knows there's a viable exception, they're not going to file the charges. But that said, we are trying to address the concerns that were raised. So it changes that from affirmative defense to just a standard exception. The legislation also qualifies that rape and incest, that exception applies in the first trimester. So that has to be based on. It also specifies that a copy of the police report or Child Protective Services report that's required to be provided to substantiate that claim of rape or incest remains a confidential part of the medical record for that individual. It also clarifies there were questions raised whether the pregnant woman that raised that exception could get a copy of that police report, or that child protection report. And in our public records law, there's an exception for requests that may interfere with a pending investigation. And normally the response to that would be not to say you don't get anything, it would be to provide a redacted document, the copy of the report, but it may have a lot of things redacted. But this clarifies the ability of that woman that raises that exception to obtain a copy of that report in a redacted format, so it can be provided. Senators, this clarifies our intent. It's responsive to some of the concerns that has been raised, and it also maintains our strong commitment in the state of Idaho to protect the life of the mother and the life of the unborn child. With that, I'd ask for your aye vote, and debate is open.
Mr. President, to debate the bill.
Senator Foreman, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. This certainly is a hot button issue. It's pretty easy to understand why. I've heard a lot of confusion and concern from constituents. In fact, just today I had two gentlemen in my office who were concerned because they've been speaking with some medical professionals who have said, you know, if a woman were to come to our facility with this condition or that condition because of this proposed law, we would, or I as an MD, would send this woman to a different facility. And it troubles me to hear that, because when someone's in need of emergency medical care, the last thing you want to hear is go somewhere else. Time is of the essence. I know, I've been there. And it just concerns me that we have this confusion. Now, it occurs to me that most hospitals have legal staffs, or have someone on retainer, or certainly have access to legal advice. Considering the environment in which they operate, it would be almost inconceivable to think they don't have access to legal counsel. So if MDs have concerns or hospital administrators have concerns over the nuts and bolts of this legislation, I guess it kind of begs the question, why don't they ask their legal staff for advice, for clarification, so they know how to operate before someone walks into the ER needing emergency care? I think we have to separate out the emotions and the politics from this bill. And I know that's hard to do because, again, it's a hot button issue. And right away, people have an opinion. And that's good that they do, and it's good that they express their opinions. But when it comes time to be factual and look at the nuts and bolts of the bill, it's time to park the emotions and park the politics on the side. The Idaho Supreme Court has ruled. We all know what their ruling was. I went and read the bill and reread the bill just to make sure that I wasn't missing something, because I was sensitive to the concerns that people were expressing to me. And I have to tell you, the bill, I think, is very well written with respect to what is or isn't considered a crime on this issue within this bill. It's crystal clear to me that MDs are protected. They should have enough understanding from a simple reading of this bill to be able to proceed without fear of losing their license or winding up in prison. But the bottom line, and what underpins my support for this bill, is it protects the lives of the unborn. As a legislator, that will always be job one for me, always. No emotion, no politics, morality and common sense and decency. This is a good bill because This bill is based on those three things. So I urge your support.
Mr. President.
Senator Wintrow,
Thank you, Mr. President. To debate against the bill.
you have the floor.
I'd like to address first the senator from 6 brought some things up that I want to basically respond to quickly so I don't forget. And taking the emotion out, job number 1 from this senator is to protect the life of a mother who is an adult woman with rights to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness in this country. And the Constitution guarantees her that. Period. This bill, as folks have told me, and the sponsor as well, prioritizes only if the life of the mother is in jeopardy, not the health. And in fact, in the bill, in the definition section, there is a definition for medical emergency that's pretty comprehensive to cover both health and the death, potentially, of the mother. But we're not using that definition. We've constructed another one that is an existing code that came here in another bill prior to this. But this language is convoluted, and as the senator from 6 noted, creates the opportunity for people to actually consult their legal team, and that's what they've been doing. I've heard from physician after physician that they're in the emergency room and they're in clinics and they're having to call their legal team to make sure, can we do this procedure because somebody's life is maybe in jeopardy and or down the road, and they're trying to make these decisions. They're very complex. The bill outlines and codifies 3 conditions that our Supreme Court, unprecedented Supreme Court, made an activist decision to help the legislature out and codified some language about ectopic and molar pregnancies. Now, that language has been in place since August 22nd, 2022, and it's been in the news all over the place. And physicians are still leaving the state. We lost a whole practice in Sandpoint. I heard today we're going to lose another one in Nampa. We heard from physician over physician that it is a hostile work environment and it is not a pleasant place to work, and we can't fill positions. We can't fill positions, and people are leaving. We're going to lose another physician, I found out today. We are in a medical crisis with having physicians not wanting to come to our state, and this bill doesn't help that matter because it doesn't solve the problem. It doesn't make it clear, and we've heard from physician after physician, it doesn't make it clear. Now, I don't think if we had to work on this all session, I'm kind of scratching my head that we didn't get a little bit more here, but this is not a fix. This has already been status quo, and it has not helped. There is no fix for this bill, quite frankly, unless the legislature determines to get out of the medical business and let physicians do the scientific work that they were trained to do. There are literally thousands of complications in pregnancy. Pregnancy is one of the most complicated conditions of a woman's life, the most life-threatening condition she can experience. 20 to 25% of all pregnancies result in miscarriage. And we've heard from physicians who deal with high-risk pregnancies and miscarriage management, and they are not quelled by this language. And I fear we're going to lose more doctors if we don't fix this. The other thing I would mention is the rape and incest exception. This bill actually makes it harder for a rape survivor or an incest survivor to get an abortion because it limits the time for the very first time in the first 12 weeks, when most women don't even know they're pregnant. Now, I want you to think about how hard it would be for an incest survivor, somebody whose father or uncle or close relative has raped them. And they're trying to deal with that shame and trauma and not know what to do with it. And then, to deal with, especially if it's a young girl, what is happening in my body? And we're treating this notion of a police report like it's a receipt in a store. You get raped, you experience trauma, you go to the police, you get your receipt, and you come back to the physician, and then you ask for the abortion. It doesn't work that way. Police reports are intricate and complicated, and police just don't take that lightly. I have worked with a lot of survivors of sexual violence, and it's not that easy to give a police report. And by the way, the investigation takes a long time. According to the Idaho State Police on their website in a research study, the average investigation takes 90 days. The average. Now, I don't know if any police officers were consulted and they're going to give over their redacted documents for somebody who goes to get an abortion, but still, those records can be subpoenaed, especially by defense attorneys, even prosecutors. HIPAA doesn't cover that. And the bill still has no real rape exception. If you look at the language from our other statute that we passed, 8808, in the abortion trafficking law. That is the civil causes of action that you can bring against people who perform an abortion on somebody. So even if I am raped, I get my police report, I go to the physician to get the abortion, I still have a bounty hunter law that can now mousetrap me anyway in the physicians and bring about lawsuits. So we really don't have a rape exception because we have the civil cause of action that can actually deny and punish. So I think I need to make that really clear. I do not think this is a fix. It continues status quo, which we already know is not working for our physicians. It is not working for women. And if we really want to fix this, we need to take into consideration the life of the mother and not just or the health of the mother, not just if they're going to die. Because I have heard from physician after physician is that it's not that easy either. People's health gets complicated and it's not like it's on a steady trajectory. You can go right off the cliff at any time, and they're weighing what they can do or not do and who's going to come after them. And by the way, in 8808, that bounty hunter law, it actually prohibits the woman who seeks the abortion. I talked about that earlier. It's what if people are actually trying to capture and trap physicians? This rape and incest doesn't belong this way. If we really respected our rape and incest survivors and had some compassion, we would not put all these hurdles and barriers and increase the trauma. And by the way, in this state, we allow rape victims to go to the hospital and get care and actually collect evidence off their body and save it anonymously so they do not have to report to the police. We have a carve-out in this state, the only one for nurses and emergency personnel. They do not have to call the police if a rape survivor comes in to get treatment. And we save those kids up to 55 years because we know the trauma that people experience. So I am having a hard time reconciling how we can understand that we would not force a rape victim to report to the police when they're doing a sexual assault kit, but when they've been raped and they need an abortion, we're going to force them into the police and increase the trauma there. It doesn't make sense to me. Senators, it's clear. I do not like this bill. I do not think it's a fix. And I think it actually just continues the status quo and is not going to help women and is not going to help our physicians. Thank you.
Is there further debate?
Mr. President, it's to debate the bill.
Senator Herndon, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. So we have this anti-abortion law because Idaho believes in the constitutional right to life. It's in the Idaho Constitution. It's in the federal Constitution, even though the United States Supreme Court has never said it. It's right there in the 14th Amendment. The right to life applies to all persons. The right to life is actually God-given, but I thank God that it's in the Constitution of the state and the federal government. What this bill is about is that we are not denying our anti-murder laws for a disfavored minority, the preborn child. That child has not enjoyed the protection of our anti-murder laws for a very long time. So I'm happy to see this that we have an abortion ban in effect. The medical community, I like what's being added here. I've read the 139-page opinion in Planned Parenthood versus State that the Supreme Court of Idaho issued on January 5th. Turns out our legislation that we had previously encoded was interpreted in the way that benefits mothers in Idaho, physicians in Idaho, and children in the womb in Idaho. So the language we're adding on page 1, in particular regarding an ectopic pregnancy, the reason that's an acceptable addition to this code is because in an ectopic pregnancy, though we already had it in 18604 subsection 11, there's not a living child present in that situation. What we're telling physicians with this law, and without making any further changes on page 2, and in which cases physicians can operate, is we're telling them that they have to value the life of both the mother and the child. And we're not making one a priority over another. That's simple triage care. I think physicians have been doing that. The senator from 23 talked about our laws that were in effect from the territorial days, 1864 to 1973. We had an anti-abortion law that essentially never changed over that time. It was a 2 to 5 year sentence in prison. There was only a life exception. The law was about a paragraph long. And it existed for 110 years in Idaho. And somehow the medical community never got confused by what that meant. The medical community, I was born in 1967. Had I been born in Idaho, they were not confused as to when they could help a mother and when they preserve the life of a child. They were not confused then. And I'm a little confused why in the discussions about this legislation, why the medical community has been confused. Why has Bonner General Health listed as their third reason for eliminating their OB department, ignoring the fact that there are demographic changes happening in Bonner County? Our median age is 47 years old in Bonner County. It's getting older. That means you're going to have fewer children. There are business conditions in Bonner County. And why they decided to throw in abortion is confusing. And I bring that up because we have a reporting law in Idaho related to induced abortion. And so we put out a report every year, and we have right here 2011 to 2021 what induced abortions happened in the state of Idaho in that 10 years, and in Bonner County, and in Boundary County, and in Kootenai County, all of my northern counties where we have Kootenai Health, a very large hospital, Bonner County, and we have Boundary Hospital. There were 0 abortions reported over that entire time. 0. And now apparently, so they're apparently either not obeying the reporting law. Maybe they would explain that they're confused by what the reporting law requires. Well, there were a lot of Ada County abortions reported over those 10 years. There are Twin Falls County abortions reported over those 10 years. Those are the 2 locations where there were Planned Parenthood clinics and a clinic here in Boise of Darren Wyrich, MD. Induced abortion in the reporting law, Idaho Code Section 39-241 says it means the purposeful interruption of pregnancy with an intention other than to produce a live-born infant or to remove a dead fetus and which does not result in a live birth. It's very simple. If the medical community is doing abortions, I would suggest they come into compliance with our statute 39-241. Planned Parenthood was in compliance with that statute. I'm sure Bonner General can get in compliance, and I would suggest that would be helpful to us, because then we would know if they are actually performing abortions. We would know, so that we as policymakers can address those concerns. Because we're talking about human beings here, mothers and children, I do have one concern with the legislation, and it regards that rape exception. A mother claims she was raped. That's what the exception is. She files a police report. That's an allegation of a crime. There's no due process. America is about due process. And of course, people are going to claim, well, of course, there's no time to have due process before she thinks she needs to terminate her child. But I want to speak to that due process. It's important because an allegation of the crime of rape, which is a crime of violence, is not a conviction. It has not been adjudicated. So we're allowing people to kill other people where no crime has been proved beyond a reasonable doubt before a jury of our peers. An American institution is due process. I also want to talk about three people. One is Len, and Len's a pastor in my district up in Bonners Ferry. And Len was conceived in rape. And are we saying that Len does not enjoy the equal protection of the laws of Idaho? I think he deserves the equal protection of the laws of Idaho. I'll talk about George. George is the grandson of a pastor friend of mine in Coeur d'Alene. George's father is an actual rapist. Are we saying that George deserved to be put to death for the crime of his father? Is it right to execute the death penalty upon George for the crime of his father? And I want to talk about Josie. Josie's mother was raped by her stepfather. He's doing a life sentence in prison. And are we saying that Josie, who's now an adult, raped by her stepfather, that's incest. And are we saying that Josie does not have a constitutional and God-given right to life? I think we have some progress to be made here. However, I am going to support this legislation because I think it's helpful. It doesn't change what's happening in Idaho. I think the physicians have been clear. If they have good lawyers, it's been clear. They have a history of operating under a similar anti-murder law for 110 years in Idaho, and they were successful, and I think they can be successful today. What we're saying with this legislation is we care about mothers, we care about legitimate medical practice, and we care about preborn children because they're not potential life, they are human life, and human life has inherent value. Scriptures say that we're all made in the image of God. We're unique among all the creatures that are on the planet. So I hope we can move one day, this body, to eliminate that rape exception. And that's what I ask all of you to consider and pray about as we move into later legislative sessions. And with that, I do stand in support of this legislation. And I appreciate the senator from 23 for bringing it.
Is there further debate?
Mr. President, to debate a second time.
Does anyone wish to debate the bill for the first time? Senator Foreman, you're recognized to debate the bill for the second time.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senators, constitutional job one is to protect all human lives, men, women, born and unborn. This assertion is not based on science or medicine or even man's law. It's based on God's law. It's based on morality. It's based on a God-given right to life, as documented in both of our constitutions. Now, this assertion trumps anybody else's argument on this issue. It simply does. Senators, this is very good law. Let's pass it.
Is there further debate? Senator Rutke.
We're hearing it. This is where we're headed. If you believe in reasonable exceptions for rape, incest, life of the mother, health of the mother, you hear where we're going. This is where we're headed. The life of the mother is viewed as nothing more than a vessel for having a child, whether that was through rape or some other horrendous event. Is that the Idaho you want your daughters to grow up in, your granddaughters? Where the rapist's rights are held sacrosanct until you can get through a trial?
Mr. President, I am going to ask for a point of order because there's very clearly in the language being used motives being impugned as to what we think about rapists and what we think about mothers.
Senator Herndon, I'm going to allow Senator Rudke to continue. And Senator 29, you've heard the concerns from the other good senator.
Mr. President.
Senator Winder, for what purpose do you rise?
As a point of parliamentary procedure.
State your point.
I believe that the senator is not debating this bill. He's talking about some future that is not part of this bill. It's one perspective on the floor, and I think that it goes too far.
Senator Rudke, continue with all of this input. But I believe that the Senator from 29 was responding to other debate that we had obviously set through unopposing, and this is a natural response. If he stays there too long, we'll bring him back. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. President. Those are my concerns. This is where we're headed. We've seen it. And we should take into consideration when we're voting on this bill and other abortion legislation. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. Is there further debate?
Mr. President.
Senator Wintrow.
Thank you, Mr. President, to debate for the second time.
Does anyone wish to debate the bill for the first time?
Mr. President.
Senator Schroeder, for the first time.
Thank you, Mr. President. I really appreciate the work that's been done on this bill, and it specifically addresses a couple of concerns, particularly the concern about needing to obtain a police report in order to verify the circumstances for which a person seeks to terminate a pregnancy in the case of rape or incest. As a prosecutor, that is a concern. Releasing a report with names that can interfere with an investigation of the successful prosecution of the case. So providing those tools and those mechanisms that are necessary I believe is extremely helpful. I also like changing it from an affirmative defense because as we've heard in debate here, while hospitals may have attorneys on their staff, they don't necessarily have criminal defense attorneys. When you're charged with a crime, that's a whole different ball of wax. And so appearing in criminal court is not something that most hospital attorneys, I think, are set up to do. And so I think this addresses a very real concern. We've seen the results of it. And I urge your support for this legislation. Thank you.
Mr. President,
Senator Anthony.
I move the previous question.
This is a non-debatable motion to limit debate. Requires 2/3 of the members voting for passage. The motion for previous question is a non-debatable motion. It requires 2/3 of those voting for passage. The Secretary will call the roll.
Adams. Anthem. Berg. Burnt. Bjerke. Burtenshaw. Carlson. Cook. Den Hartog. Foreman. Geddes. Grow. Guthrie. Hart. Hartgen. Herndon. Just. Lakey. Lee. Lenny. Lent. Nichols. Ricks. Ruchte. Schroeder. Semerov. Taylor. Taves. Trakel. Van Orden. Vick. Ward Engelking. Winder. Wintrow. Satterveld. Adams. Burnt. Bjerke. Guthrie. Ricks.
Roll call shows 31 in favor of the motion with 4 absent. The Secretary will call the roll on House Bill 374.
Adams. Anthem. Berg. Burnt. Bjerke. Burtenshaw. Carlson. Cook. Den Hartog. Foreman. Geddes. Grow.
Aye.
Guthrie. Hart. Hartgen. Herndon. Just. Lakey. Lee. Lenny. Lent. Nichols. Ricks. Ruchti. Schroeder. Semoroff. Taylor.
Nay.
Taves. Trakel. Van Orden. Vic. Ward King. Winder. Wintro. Satterveld. Adams. Bierke. Guthrie. Ricks.
The roll call shows 26 in favor with 7 against and 2 absent. Majority having voted in the affirmative. House Bill number 374 is passed the Senate. Is there a correction to title? Hearing none, then the title is approved and the bill will be returned to the House.
Mr. President,
Senator Anthony.
I ask unanimous consent the Senate now advance the 14th order of business.
Without objection, the Senate will advance to the 14th order of business. Consideration of general orders. The Senate's in the 14th order.
Mr. President,
Senator Anthony.
I ask unanimous consent the Senate now resolve itself in the committee of the whole and appoint the senator from 9 as chair.
Without objection, it is so ordered. The Senate will now resolve itself into a committee of the whole Senate. Senator Lee is recognized as the chairman of that committee. Senate will be at ease.
I'm ready. Committee of the Whole Senate will come to order. The Secretary will read the list of bills before the committee.
Senate Bill 1111 with no amendments, House Bill 155 with no amendments, Senate Bill 1157 with no amendments, House Bill 170 is amended in the Senate with no amendments, House Bill 58 is amended in the Senate with no amendments, Senate Bill 1099 is amended with no amendments, House Bill 173 as amended in the Senate with one amendment, House Bill 25 with one amendment, House Bill 206 as amended in the Senate with one amendment.
The committee will now have under consideration the amendments to House Bill 173. If there are no objections, the bill will be considered read. If there are no objections, amendment to Section 1 will be considered read.
Moved by Senator Trachel, seconded by Senator Hart, that the amendment to Section 1 be adopted.
Chair recognizes Senator Trachel to open debate.
Thank you, Madam President. Ladies and gentlemen, Senator, this is a very easy bill for once. If you'll recall a few days ago when we were discussing 173, a good senator from 14 brought up an error that had been missed that was very, very important to have this word added back in. So it merely puts, after hold any, controlling into it. So this way it says, instead of a company that has any controlling interest, now it'll say any foreign controlling. So that will fix the typo that was in there, and will not penalize a company, for example, if they have 5% ownership in foreign government. And with that, debate's open.
Debate being open, is there debate in opposition? Hearing none, Senator Trachel is recognized to close debate.
Thank you, and with that, debate's closed.
Debate being closed, the question is, shall the amendment to Section 1 be adopted? All those in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the amendment to Section 1 has been adopted. If there are no objections, the correction to the title will be considered read.
Moved by Senator Trachel, seconded by Senator Hart, that the correction to title be adopted.
The question is, shall the correction to the title be adopted? All those in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the correction to title has been adopted.
Madam Chair,
Senator Anthony.
I move that when the committee rise, it report it's had under consideration House Bill 173 as amended in the Senate, and report the same amended without recommendation.
Madam Chair, I second the motion.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. All opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the motion has carried. The committee will now have under consideration the amendments to House Bill 25. If there are no objections, the bill will be considered read. If there are no objections, amendment to Section 1 will be considered read.
Moved by Senator Winder, seconded by Senator Den Hartog, that the amendment to Section 1 be adopted.
Senator Winder is recognized to open debate.
Thank you, Madam President. Amendment to Section 1 deals with changing the wording to a vehicle and referring to vehicle traffic. And then the other part on line 4 and 5, or the exercise of any constitutional right by a citizen. And that's just put in to provide some direction to the director. I think these are good amendments and urge your support. Debate's open.
Debate being opened, is there debate in opposition? Hearing none, Senator Winder is recognized to close debate.
Thank you very much, and thanks from the senators that helped work on this amendment. I appreciate your support, and debate's closed.
Debate being closed, the question is, shall the amendment to Section 1 be adopted? All those in favor say aye. All opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the amendment to Section 1 has been adopted. If there are no objections, the correction to the title will be considered read.
Moved by Senator Winder, seconded by Senator Den Hartog, that the correction to title be adopted.
Question is, shall the correction to title be adopted? All those in favor say aye. All opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the correction to the title has been adopted.
Madam Chair.
Senator Anthony.
I move that when the committee rise, it report it's had under consideration House Bill 25 and return the same as amended without recommendation.
Madam Chair, I second the motion.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. All opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the motion is carried. The committee will now have under consideration the amendments to House Bill 206. If there are no objections, the bill will be considered read. If there are no objections, the amendment to Section 6 will be considered read.
Moved by Senator Winder, seconded by Senator Herndon, that the amendment to Section 6 be adopted.
Senator Winder is recognized to open debate.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. This is a simple change, a one-word change from a may to a shall, and it would require that the rules shall be reviewed in committee. And debate is open.
Debate being opened. Is there debate in opposition? Hearing none, Senator Winder is recognized to close debate.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and debate's closed.
Debate being closed, the question is, shall the amendment to Section 6 be adopted? All those in favor say aye. All opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the amendment to Section 6 has been adopted.
Madam Chair,
Senator Anthony.
I move that when the committee rise, it report its head under consideration House Bill 206 as amended in the Senate and return the same as amended without recommendation.
Madam Chair, I second the motion.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Any opposed, say nay. The ayes have it, and the motion is carried.
Madam Chair,
Senator Anthony.
I move the committee rise and report.
Madam Chair, I second the motion.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. All opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the motion is carried. And the Committee of the Whole Senate is dissolved.
she ready?
Ready? Senate will be in order. Senate's in the 14th order.
Mr. President?
Senator Lee.
Mr. President, we, your Committee of the Whole Senate, beg leave to report that we have had under consideration House Bill 173 as amended in the Senate, House Bill 25, House Bill 206 as amended in the Senate, and return the same as amended without recommendation. We further report we have had under consideration Senate Bill 1111, House Bill 155, Senate Bill 1157, House Bill 170 as amended in the Senate, House Bill 58 as amended in the Senate, Senate Bill 1099 as amended, and report progress and beg leave to sit again. Mr. President, I move the adoption of the committee report.
Mr. President, I second the motion.
You've heard the motion. All in favor of adopting the report, say aye. Aye. Senators, we're voting. They can come in and vote. Oh, that's another vestige of the previous House. At least I haven't done what the senator from 21 has done. We are about to adopt a report. All in favor of adopting the report, say aye. Aye. Those opposed, say nay. The ayes have it. The report has been adopted. House Bills 173 is amended, 25, 206 is amended in the Senate. That was 173 is amended in the Senate. 206 is amended in the Senate, and 25 will be filed for the first reading as amended. The reports thereto will be referred to the Judiciary and Rules Committee for printing. The following measures will retain their place in the 14th order. Senate Bill 1111, House Bill 155, Senate Bill 1157, House Bill 170 is amended in the Senate, House Bill 58 is amended in the Senate, and Senate Bill 1099 as amended.
Mr. President.
Senator Anthem.
I ask unanimous consent the Senate return to the 6th order of business.
Without objection, the Senate will return to the 6th order of business, reports of standing committees. The Senate's at the 6th order.
March 30th, 2023, the Judiciary and Rules Committee reports that Senate Bills 1213, 1214, and 1215 have been correctly printed. Lakey, Chairman.
Senate, these will go to the, oh. Senate Bill 1213 will be referred to the State Affairs Committee. Senate Bill 1214 will be referred to the State Affairs Committee, and Senate Bill 1215 will be referred to the Finance Committee.
March 30th, 2023, the Judiciary and Rules Committee reports that the Senate amendments to House Bill 173, 25, and 206 have been correctly printed. Lakey, Chairman.
The reports will be filed in the office of the Secretary.
March 30th, 2023, the Judiciary and Rules Committee reports that Enrolled Senate Concurrent Resolution 104 was delivered to the Office of the Secretary of State at 1:44 p.m. March 30th, 2023. Lakey, Chairman.
That report will be filed in the office of the Secretary.
March 30th, 2023, the Judiciary and Rules Committee reports that Enrolled Senate Bills 1173 is amended, 1198, 1199, 1200, 1201, 1203, 1204, 1208, and Senate Bill 1210 were delivered to the Office of the Governor at 1:50 p.m. March 30th, 2023. Lakey, Chairman.
The report will be filed in the office of the Secretary.
Mr. President, I ask we go at ease.
Without objection, the Senate will go at ease.
Senators, this is one of those moving paper breaks. We hope to be only about 5 minutes.
The Senate will come to order. Prior to going to ease, the Senate was in the sixth order of business.
Mr. President,
Senator Anthem.
I ask unanimous consent the Senate now advance to the eighth order of business.
Without objection, the Senate will now advance to the eighth order of business, consideration of messages from the governor. The Senate's in the eighth order.
March 29, 2023, the Honorable Scott Bedke, President of the Senate. Dear Mr. President, I have the honor to advise you that I have signed on March 28, 2023, and am transmitting to the Secretary of State the following Senate bills to wit: Senate Bill 1160, 1083, 1143, 1152, 1174, 1176, 1177, 1178, 1179, and 1180. Sincerely, Brad Little, Governor of Idaho.
The report will be filed in the office of the Secretary.
March 30th, 2023, the Honorable Scott Bedke, President of the Senate. Dear Mr. President, I have the honor to advise you that I have signed on March 29th, 2023, and am transmitting to the Secretary of State the following Senate bills to wit: Senate Bill 1023, 1059, 1069, 1086, 1087, 1105, 1159, and Senate Bill 1112. Sincerely, Brad Little, Governor of Idaho.
The report will be filed in the office of the Secretary.
There is no further business in the eighth order, Mr. President.
Then the Senate will advance to the ninth order of business, messages from the House. The Senate's in the ninth order.
March 30th, 2023. Mr. President, I transmit here with House Concurrent Resolution 17, which has passed the House. McGinnis, Chief Clerk.
Senate Joint Resolutions, House Concurrent Resolution 17 will be referred to the 11th order of business for introduction.
March 30th, 2023. Mr. President, I return here with Senate Joint Resolution 101 as amended, which has failed to pass the House. McGinnis, Chief Clerk.
Senate Joint Resolution 101 as amended, having failed to pass the House, will be filed in the office of the Secretary.
March 30th, 2023. Mr. President, I return here with Senate Bill 1195, 1130, 1207, 1209, Senate Concurrent Resolutions 108 and 107, which have passed the House. McGinnis, Chief Clerk.
Senate Bills 1195, 1130, 1207, 1209, Senate Concurrent Resolutions 108 and 107 will be referred to the Judiciary and Rules Committee for enrolling.
March 30th, 2023. Mr. President, I transmit here with enrolled House Bill 281 as amended in the Senate and House Bill 337 for the signature of the President. McGinnis, Chief Clerk.
House Bill 281 is amended in the Senate, and House Bill 337 have been signed by the President and will be returned to the House.
Mr. President,
Senator Anthem.
I ask unanimous consent the Senate now advance to the 11th order of business.
Without objection, the Senate will now advance to the 11th order of business, introduction, first reading of bills. The Senate's in the 11th order.
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent that all bills on first reading be read by number, author, and title only, and the journal show they've been read at length.
With hearing no objection, it is so ordered.
In the House of Representatives, House Concurrent Resolution 17 by Ways and Means Committee, a concurrent resolution stating findings of the legislature and rejecting certain rules of the State Board of Education relating to rules governing public charter schools and rules of the Public Charter School Commission.
House Concurrent Resolution number 17 will be referred to the Education Committee.
There is no further business. The 11th order, Mr. President.
Then the Senate will advance to the 12th order of business. Second reading of bills. The Senate's in the 12th order.
Mr. President.
Senator Anthem.
You have on your desk Senate privilege, Mr. President.
Senator Anthem, you have the floor for privilege.
Thank you. Senators, you have a blue calendar on your desk. This is the suspension calendar we'll be taking up next. We are not quite ready because we're waiting for the engrossments to be available to you. So we'll just take a quick break if that's okay, Mr. President.
It's okay with me. Senate will be at ease. With 12. We can go back. Should we just do it ourselves?
Senators, just to give you kind of an update on how we're going to proceed. So you will have received, if you haven't already, the engrossments for the bills on the suspension calendar. Also in an email, and some have noticed that these have not been titled as amended, but we will pull them up as amended, and that's just a glitch in the system that we had with the computers, okay? So don't worry too much about that. And we're going to go back to 11 just to introduce some stuff and then roll back into 12 and pick this stuff up. Now, I might go out of order here because of things we have to do with the House, so just so you're all aware. And I think we're ready.
Could I make one more announcement? Thank you. I know all of you have been waiting for this, but the jury came back with a verdict in favor of Gwyneth Paltrow today in the ski accident at Deer Valley. Thank you.
Swish. I know I speak for everyone. That's a load off our mind. Let's go. We're in the 12th. The Senate will come to order. The Senate is in the 12th order of business.
Mr. President.
Senator Rantham.
I ask unanimous consent the Senate return to the 11th order of business.
Without objection, the Senate will return to the 11th order of business. Introduction, first reading, and reference of bills. The Senate's in the 11th order.
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent that all bills on first reading be read by number, author, and title only, and the journal show they've been read at length.
Hearing no objection, it is so ordered.
In the House of Representatives, House Bill 173, as amended in the Senate by State Affairs Committee, an act relating to property, to revise provisions about ownership of property, to provide that a foreign government or foreign state-controlled enterprise shall not purchase, acquire, or hold any interest in certain types of property. In the House of Representatives, House Bill 25, as amended in the Senate by Transportation and Defense Committee, an act relating to the Capitol building and grounds, to authorize the Director of the Department of Administration to control the use of the roadways adjoining the Capitol building. In the House of Representatives, House Bill 206, as amended in the Senate by State Affairs Committee, an act relating to administrative rules, to provide requirements regarding public participation in agency rulemaking.
House Bill 173 is amended. The Senate is amended. The Senate. House Bill 25 is amended the Senate, and House Bill 206 is amended the Senate, will all be referred to the 12th order of business, second reading calendar.
There is no further business in the 11th order, Mr. President.
The Senate will then advance to the 12th order of business, second reading of bills. The Senate's in the 12th order.
Mr. President.
Senator Rantham.
I move that all rules interfering with the immediate consideration of House Bill 25 as amended in the Senate be suspended.
Mr. President, I second the motion.
You've heard the motion. This is a non-debatable motion, requires 2/3 of those voting for passage. The Secretary will call the roll.
Adams, Anthon, Berg, Burnt, Bierke,
We're voting on suspension.
Burtonshaw, Carlson, Cook, Den Hartog, Foreman, Geddes, Grow, Guthrie, Hart, Hartgen, Herndon, Just, Lakey, Lee, Lenny, Lent, Nichols, Ricks, Ruckty, Schroeder, Semoroff, Taylor, Taves, Trakel, Van Orden, Vick, Wardinkle King, Winder, Wintrow, Seiderveld, Ricks,
Roll call shows 34 in favor with 1 absent. More than 2/3 having voted in the affirmative, the rules are now suspended, and the Senate will have before it for immediate consideration House Bill 25 as amended the Senate. The Secretary will read the bill.
In the House of Representatives, House Bill 25, as amended in the Senate by Transportation and Defense Committee, an act relating to the Capitol Building and grounds, to authorize the Director...
President.
Senator Winder.
Thank you, Mr. President. I ask unanimous consent that further reading of House Bill 25 be dispensed with. The Journal show it's been read at length the third time, section by section, and placed before the Senate for final consideration.
You've heard the unanimous consent request. Is there an objection? Hearing none, then it is so ordered. Senator Winder, you're recognized to open the debate.
Thank you. I beg leave to not re-debate the whole bill again, but let me tell you what we did correct in it. Based upon discussions on line 14, we inserted the word vehicular use, just to clarify that. We did basically the same thing down on line 21. After the word Capitol Building, we inserted to vehicular traffic. Again, here the emphasis trying to deal with what are you trying to close the road for. And again, I emphasize that this isn't a vacating of the road, it's merely a closing of the road. So I don't think we're in violation of the constitutional restriction on it. And then in line 26, right after the words law at the end of that sentence, we inserted the language that was or the exercise of any constitutional right by a citizen. And the reason for that in working through the issues on that was so that there was a clear statement to the director that needed to be considered. And it's a way just to remind them that as part of their responsibility in doing this, that there's still the free right of assembly, there's still the free right of speech, and the right to have access to the property by the public. This is the people's house, and I would urge your support on this amended bill, and debate is open.
The debate being open, is there further debate?
Debate in favor of the bill.
Senator Hart.
So this is a case where when it takes longer to get a bill done, it gets better. So I think these amendments are really good, and I support the bill.
Is there further debate?
Mr. President, to debate in favor of the bill.
Senator Herndon, you have the floor.
I'm going to echo the senator from 2, and I appreciate the senator from 20. I think we've arrived at something that is totally different than what we talked about earlier today, and I'll be in favor of it.
See, you guys can do this.
Mr. President, to debate the bill. I would echo that. I appreciate the fact that the good senator from 20 took the time to rework the bill a little bit. I have no concerns with it. I'm in favor of it, so I support it.
Is there further debate? Senator Winder, you're recognized to stand and close the debate.
Thank you, Mr. President. Debate is closed.
The debate being closed, the question before the Senate is, shall House Bill number 25 as amended the Senate pass the Senate? The Secretary will call the roll.
Adams, Anthem, Berg, Burnt,
Senator Adams, can you help?
Bierke, Burtenshaw, Carlson, Cook, Den Hartog, Foreman, Geddes, Grow,
Aye.
Guthrie, Hart, Hartgen, Herndon, Just,
Aye.
Blakey, Lee, Lenny, Lent, Nichols, Ricks, Ruckty, Schroeder, Semmelroth, Taylor,
Nay.
Taves, Trakel, Van Orden, Vic, Ford King, Winder, Wintro, Zetterveld, Geddes, Hartgen, Nichols, Ricks, Taves, Trakel, Van Orden,
Senator Harkin, how do you vote? Nay? Okay. We good? The roll call shows 23 in favor with 11 against and 1 absent. A majority having voted in the affirmative, House Bill number 25 as amended the Senate has passed the Senate. Is there correction to title? Hearing none, then the title is approved and the bill will be transmitted to the House.
Mr. President,
Senator Anthem.
I move that all rules interfering with the immediate consideration of House Bill 173 as amended in the Senate be suspended.
Mr. President, I second the motion.
You've heard the motion. It's non-debatable and requires 2/3 of those voting for passage. The Secretary.
Mr. President.
Senator Lee.
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent that the roll call vote used to suspend the rules for the immediate consideration of House Bill 25 be now used for the immediate consideration of
House Bill 173.
House Bill 173 as amended in the Senate, as amended in the Senate.
You've heard the unanimous consent request. Is there an objection? Hearing none, then the rules are suspended and the Secretary will immediately read the bill.
In the House of Representatives, House Bill 173, as amended in the Senate, as amended in the Senate by State Affairs Committee, an act relating to property, to revise provisions about ownership of property, to provide that a foreign government.
Senator Trakel.
I ask unanimous consent that the further reading of House Bill 173 as amended in the Senate be dispensed with and the general show it has been read a third time at length, section by section, and placed before the Senate for final consideration.
You've heard the unanimous consent request. Is there an objection? Hearing none. Senator Trakel, you are recognized to open debate on a bill that has a new name. House Bill 173 as amended in the Senate, as amended in the Senate.
Gotcha. 173 is amended in the Senate, is amended in the Senate. Good to go. Thank you, Mr. President. Ladies and gentlemen of the Senate, we already started this debate, so I don't need to go through it too much again, but once again, just to briefly go over what I had reiterated yesterday. Idaho is very mineral rich. We do not want foreign government-controlled companies or entities coming in and having possession of these elements, nor our own food production capabilities to protect ourselves. This is not only a national security measure, but also an Idaho security measure. And we have fixed the situation that the good senator brought up. And if you look now, you will see that it is any controlling interest in ag land or anything of that sort. So with that, debate is open.
Is there further debate? Hearing none.
Mr. President.
Senator Burtonshaw.
So, good senators, I think the intentions of this bill were good, but I think it has some issues that we need to look at. And as we talk about agriculture, that's something I know about. I have ag property and ranch property. And what this bill is doing is inserting somebody between me and a willing buyer. So it says any foreign government or foreign state-controlled enterprise shall not purchase, acquire, or hold any controlling interest in agricultural land, water rights, mining claims, or mineral rights in the state of Idaho. That covers it all. So if I have a friend that comes down from Canada and wants to buy my farm, I can't sell it to him. The state of Idaho has just made it illegal for him to buy my property. Now, I get that we're concerned about China, and I get that we're concerned about Russia and other interests, but the way I read that, that's the way it reads. And And then you go down a little ways and it says controlling interest, possession of 51% or more than 50%. Let's talk about that. Who's the largest agricultural-based company in Idaho? It's probably Simplot. They're huge. Now you're saying that nobody can come in and buy part of that company, or they have to buy 50% or less of that company in order to purchase it. So we've just placed the state of Idaho between the willing seller and the willing buyer. And that's a concern, and that's dangerous to me. We go down a little farther and we say that when we talk about mining claims, it says it means a portion of land containing minerals that a miner has a right to occupy and possess for the possession of extracting minerals. Now, as many of you may know, we had Jervois Mining Company come into the state of Idaho, and they took over the cobalt claim in Salmon, Idaho. And Jervois is a pretty big company. They have offices in Finland, Brazil, Australia, of course, and the Democratic Republic of Congo. And now they have a claim in Salmon, Idaho. That's a foreign country that we're talking about, Australia. Nobody in the state of Idaho or in the United States seemed to want to be a part of that claim. But what we are doing is limiting the ability for someone to come in and do it. Jervois has invested $130 million in that project, employed 300 people. I just got a call from the manager of that mining operation up there yesterday when I was on the floor. I saw his telephone number come across. I stepped outside. He says, "Man, I just wanted you to know that we're going to have to shut down operations." I says, "What do you mean?" He said, "Well, cobalt went from $40 a pound down to 15.5%, or $15.50 a pound. When they extract that mineral out of the mountain, it has to be worked up, separated, and then put into those 1-ton bags, loaded in vans, and then hauled out of the mountain, and it goes clear to the coast and is loaded on a ship, and then is taken clear to Brazil to be processed. It's a big deal, and it's a huge investment that they've made. Monsanto didn't come in, Simplot didn't come in and try to buy that mine, but Jervois did. That's a foreign country, Australia. For me, it's concerning that we would allow, that we as a state would allow my title to my property to have an addendum to it, that a man from Canada wouldn't be able to come down and buy that property. I think this is a scary track we're on. I don't think it's thought out well enough. I think it's something that we should be concerned about. And with that, I'll be voting no. Thank you.
Mr. President, to debate the bill.
Senator Taves.
Thank you, Mr. President. Fellow senators, I think there might be a little bit of confusion, and so I just wanted to do some clarifying. I believe that we're conflating a foreign company or a foreign person with the actual text in this bill, which says a foreign government or a foreign state-controlled enterprise. So we're not talking about a friend from Canada. We're not talking about a company that is formed in a different country. We're talking about a company that would be owned by a government or a foreign government itself. So I think that limits the concern of this bill getting between me and a potential buyer and I would support this bill.
Is there further debate?
Mr. President,
Senator Guthrie.
just to concur with the senator from 4, I don't think this has anything to do with private treaty. This is specific to government owned, so I'm going to be supporting the bill.
Is there further debate?
Mr. President.
Senator Nichols.
Thank you to debate the bill.
You have the floor.
Thank you. I think this is a great bill. I think this is a timely bill with what's transpiring around the world and in our country. There is huge concern about foreign governments coming in and purchasing lands and taking over our agriculture, our agricultural lands, our water, minerals, and so on. So I believe that this is a timely bill. You know, in many other countries, and I've had the privilege of living in another country before, you can't just go in and buy land. There are a lot of restrictions in order to be able to do that. This does not negate individuals being able to come in and purchase land. What this does is to make sure that governments are not coming in and buying up our lands and our resources and our water. So with the current global circumstances that we're in, this is becoming more and more critical for Idaho to be able to protect the land, the resources, and the water that we have here. So I'll be supporting this bill.
Mr. President, to debate the bill.
Senator Herndon, you have the floor.
And I just want to add to what some of the other senators have said, that let's take Canada, a friendly foreign government. If they have an entity that they have an interest in that decides to acquire some of this agricultural land, they would partner with the U.S. interest, a U.S.-controlled, U.S.-based interest, and they don't have to give up their ownership, but they just can't have a controlling interest. And so we're not even excluding a company that maybe has another foreign government that has some interest in it, but it just can't be a controlling interest. So I think this is a narrow sliver, and what we're saying about this land is we don't want foreign governments having a controlling interest over this land.
So further debate?
Mr. President, debate the bill.
Lakey.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senators, I kind of struggled with this. I really appreciate the purpose, the effort to try to make sure that we are secure. I certainly have concerns with China and Russia. But I think my comments line up with some previous comments that the senator from 6 made before. We really are not talking about just the buyer, we're talking about the seller. And we are stepping on the property rights of the seller. If Australia wants to come in and buy my 20 acres of farm ground, or Ireland or Great Britain, I don't have a problem with that. I practice land use law, and I always struggle a little bit when people come to a land use hearing and protest some property owner's application to do something with their property, particularly in regards to agricultural ground. One of the favorite things they like to say is, we need to preserve our farm ground. And frankly, there's no such thing as our ground, our farm ground. It's not a collective we that owns this property. Unless you live in a socialist or a communist country, then it belongs to everybody. But we're not talking about our anything. We're talking about property that belongs to an individual. So with that, I will be voting against the bill.
Is there further debate?
Mr. President, to debate the bill.
Senator Adams, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. Good senators. Again, I guess this has to be reiterated again. This is not saying that an Irishman can't buy your land. It's saying that the country of Ireland can't buy your land. And as far as private property rights go, I think it's kind of funny. Eminent domain exists, right? So I can own my property, and next month, the government can decide a highway needs to go through my backyard and buy me out. And yes, there are steps to go through that, but clearly, we all have some vested interest in the resources of the country that we belong to. I think about the continent of Africa and how almost every country on that continent, their resources have been bought up by foreign governments. And we are one of those foreign governments. Go to any continent. I think this is a great bill. I think we have an issue right now at the federal level, a lot of vulnerability on the international stage. And for the state of Idaho, we should be protecting the resources that we have here, our ability to feed ourselves. All those things. This is, again, not against buyers that are from other countries. It's foreign governments. We're going to sell North Idaho to Canada? What happens what would Canada do if the United States government decided to buy up all the private property in Alberta and then declare it theirs because they have all the property or they have all the mineral rights? How would Canada respond to that? We do have a responsibility to step up in this space. Again, I've heard a lot about property rights. This is a state issue, not an individual buyer and seller issue. So I'll be voting yes. I encourage you to do the same. Thank you, Mr. President.
Mr. President.
Senator Lenny.
Debate the bill.
You have the floor.
Echoing what many of my colleagues have already said, I think it's a very good bill, a very timely bill. For me, it's about a couple things. It's about food security, it's about national security, and it's about preserving American exceptionalism instead of giving away our country one piece at a time, one farmland at a time, 1 acre at a time. And again, I feel like we're kicking a dead horse, but I'll kick it one more time. This is about foreign governments buying pieces of Idaho. Could you imagine if someone somewhere like North Korea decided to buy up all of Sandpoint, or we could do those. What if so-and-so bought this piece of land? It's just a common sense security bill to me, and I am in strong support of it, and I commend the sponsor for bringing it forward.
Is there further debate?
Mr. President, to debate the bill.
Senator Foreman, you have the floor to debate.
Thank you, Mr. President. I understand the security concerns, but if you put yourself in the shoes of foreign nationals, people from the UK, France, Canada, Mexico, wherever, granted, they are not governments in and of themselves, but they have governments. And I think for a country like the United States to try to do this could be misinterpreted. Now, we have a security interest, and that's what's driving this legislation, but put yourselves in the shoes of the communist government in China or Russia or Cuba. This could be misinterpreted as a sign of fear and weakness on the part of Idaho and, by extension, the United States. The United States has always been an open country. We have immigration laws, but we're a welcoming country. To send a signal that if you're a foreign government, particularly a friendly foreign government, you can't come here and buy property if you have a controlling interest, that's really sending a mixed signal. Currently, the United States of America has over 700 military installations on foreign soil. We have a naval base on the island of Cuba. And we're going to tell those governments they can't come here and buy a chunk of Idaho? What kind of a mixed message is that sending? Now, granted, I understand the security concerns we have, but we have tremendous capabilities to guard against any force, any entity from any government that wants to come here and do us harm. I'm pretty well schooled in some of it. My knowledge might be a little bit dated, but I can assure you there's no foreign government that's going to come in and take over Idaho or any part of this country. It's not going to happen. I think this bill flies in the face of the free and open alienation of property. The courts have long held that our ability to transfer title on real property benefits society as a whole. They don't look favorably on gross restrictions on the alienation of title. And I think this legislation is a gross restriction on a citizen's right to convey title to his or her lawfully owned property. Again, I understand the intent, but I can't support this fatally flawed bill, even though it is well intended.
Mr. President.
Senator Schroeder.
Debate the bill.
Or.
So along the line with the senator from 6 and senator from 23, we don't know the nature for which a foreign-controlled or foreign corporation. So it could be a foreign government, but a foreign state partnership. So many governments have these quasi-governmental entities. They're partly government and partly private. And the purposes for which they want to obtain property, it could include something like a mine, or it could be an embassy, or a place to land airplanes and conduct trade. But in any event, as the senator from 6 indicated and what the senator from 23 started to allude to, all these pieces of property in the state of Idaho are subject to Idaho law. They're well within Idaho's borders. They're very secure. They have to comply. Everything that is done on this land must comply with Idaho law. Idaho's zoning law, or the local Land Use Planning Act, so they can't put it to some nefarious purpose. We control all of the land around it, and the United States government controls what is done with the land ultimately, and for that reason, I won't be supporting the bill. Thank you.
Mr. President,
Senator Zeiderfeld.
To debate the bill.
You have the floor.
Thank you. I'm sitting here in my head, and you guys are going to laugh because I keep on saying we should have a musical, and I'm thinking of This Land Is Our Land. Song is going through my head as we're debating this. And can I share something from Forbes' article on March 1st, 2023?
Having cited the source, Senator, you may read from that source.
Okay, these are countries who own the most acres of U.S. agricultural land. Canada comes in first at 12,845,000 acres. The Netherlands come in at 4,875,000 acres. Italy comes in 2,703,000 acres. United Kingdom comes in 2,538,000 acres. Germany, 2,669,000 acres. Portugal, 1,483,000. France, 1,316,000. Denmark, 856,000. Luxembourg, 802, and Ireland, 760. So we don't have just a problem with China. We have a lot of countries coming over here buying our land, and we need to start making Idaho first. We need to start making America first. We need to start encouraging people to maybe buy our own land and keep our own land. And I don't see anything wrong. Like they were saying, it's not really on the personal property. It's more like the government is coming in. But just seeing this, how many acres are owned by other countries, I think it's time that we start doing everything we can to defend our lands, because this is our farmland. And so anyway, with that, I just wanted to share those numbers. And I'm going to vote in favor.
Is there further debate?
Mr. President, debate a second time.
Does anyone wish to debate the bill for the first time? Senator Herndon is recognized to debate the bill for a second time.
I just want to refocus part of the debate and say, first of all, that we wouldn't be the first state that's doing this. So Indiana, Iowa, Kansas, Kentucky, Minnesota, Mississippi, Missouri, Nebraska, North Dakota, Oklahoma, Pennsylvania, South Carolina, South Dakota, Utah, and Wisconsin have done the same thing. Because we're not talking about land that's industrial. We're not talking about residential lots. We're talking about very specific land, and that's agricultural production. And we're talking about mining claims or mineral rights and water rights. That's all we're talking about. These are strategic interests. The state of Idaho, as far as all the land that's available, is already controlled by the federal government to the tune of 63% of it. So we're only talking about the remaining land available, and of that, a certain portion is agricultural land, and that's what we're talking about. And so I think that Idaho would not be the first here. These are strategic interests, and I do encourage support of the bill.
Is there further debate?
Mr. President,
Senator Guthrie, for the second time.
for the first time I've ever asked for the second time in my history up here. Yes.
I trust you. Go ahead and go ahead and debate.
Just briefly, Senators, I don't know the quote exactly, but I think it was Will Rogers that said something to the effect that they're not making any more land and trying to indicate how incredibly precious it is. And I agree with that. You know, down in Arizona, part of what's driving the interest in this is they bought up tens of thousands of acres, the water rights that go with it. They're shipping that agricultural product out of the country, and it's put pressure on the ag markets all over the West to try to supplement what it was taken away. And they do it with money beyond what is reasonable as far as the purchase of ag land, because they have a lot of money, they can pay way beyond market, and they can outprice anybody else on a willing buyer, willing seller type of deal. And it totally disrupts the economic balance. What is Idaho about? We're about ag and water and mining and timber, and that's what this is speaking to. This is a big deal, and I'd really like you to, some that are on the fence, to reconsider, because this is pretty narrowly crafted to try to protect the very things that Idaho takes great pride in and what makes Idaho the state that it is. And we're talking about foreign governments owning our resources and our land. And so I really encourage you to vote for this legislation.
Mr. President, to debate a second time.
Senator Adams, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. All right, so here are just a couple of countries that ban foreigners in some way, shape, or form from owning property, just a handful, in some way, where they have restrictions on property rights for foreigners. Not governments, just foreign people. Canada, Mexico, Hong Kong, Switzerland, Malaysia, Thailand, Australia, the Philippines, Singapore, that's just a couple. January of this year, Canada introduced a 2-year ban on foreigners from purchasing homes in their country. Most of these countries where they have a ban, they say you can own the house, but you can't own the land underneath it. And those are to just individuals. This bill has nothing to do with individuals. It has to do with foreign governments. I encourage your aye vote. Thank you, Mr. President.
Is there further debate?
Mr. President, everyone else is doing it.
Senator Lanning?
Second time. Thank you.
Does anyone wish to debate it for the first time? Senator Lanning, you're recognized to debate the bill for a second time.
Thank you, Mr. President. You know, we put sanctions on countries all the time, specifically, you know, in 2020 and other times, President Trump put sanctions on China, on Russia. This is something we've done for one reason, and it's to project strength. You know, our borders matter. When we're looking at Idaho, protecting what's ours matters, putting a stake. This bill, I think it puts a stake in the ground that says we have a sovereign right to protect what's ours. You know, the senator from 28 talked about when companies come here and do that, if we allow foreign companies to come here and just buy up our farmland, it's disrupting our economic balance, and he said it perfectly. This is about maintaining Idaho keeping our economic balance. And I think this is one of those things that, I've said this before, this is something that I think is an Idaho solution for an Idaho problem. I forgot a couple days ago we voted on the Lava Ridge thing, and we kind of had the same arguments. We don't want companies given permission to run roughshod all over our ag and our farmlands. And that was about American companies. So now we're saying, I don't think we're saying this, but if we're against the Lava Ridge thing, and those are American companies doing it, I think this makes total sense. And again, just voicing my strong support for this bill.
Is there further debate?
Mr. President,
You couldn't resist.
I find myself in the unique position, like the senator from 28. I don't think I've ever debated twice in my 11 years here.
For what purpose does the senator rise?
To debate a second time. Thank you for making me admit it.
Want to
Mr.
get
President.
it on the record?
Yes.
Does anyone wish to debate it for the first time? Senator Lakey, you're recognized to debate the bill for a second time.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senators, I'll be brief. The problem with this bill is it's not narrow. It's not targeted. If we have concerns about particular countries, that's different. But this is really broad. It could apply to the Australian Public Employee Retirement Fund that may again want to buy my 20 acres. Keep saying our property, our land. This is not our land. It belongs to an individual property owner. And if we have a policy about a particular country, then let's have a policy about a particular country, but not such a broad and unnarrow definition of any country across the globe cannot own property in Idaho as far as ag land or timber or those kind of things. So again, encourage your nay vote.
Mr. President,
Senator Anthem,
to debate the bill.
For the first time, you have the floor.
First time. Thank you, Mr. President. I've appreciated the debate, and as we often say, reasonable minds can disagree. And I respect very much all the debate I've heard today. I'm going to support the bill, and it's because I can imagine a scenario where a foreign government, I don't care which one it is, I don't care if it's one I like, I don't care if it's one I don't like, came into the Magic Valley and they bought all of the alfalfa production acreage so that they could produce that alfalfa and ship it back home. And if that happens, it would absolutely devastate the ag economy in my area. And for that reason and that analysis alone, I'll be supporting the bill. Thank you, Mr. President.
Mr. President.
Senator Nichols.
Thank you, Mr. President, to debate a second time.
Again, does anyone wish to debate it for the first time? I kind of do, but I can't, so.
Understandable.
Senator Nichols, you're recognized to debate the second time.
Thank you, Mr. President, and I will be quick as well. I just wanted to say that, this issue has become a bipartisan issue, and I won't ask for the history of the bill to be read, but, this has been something that has had unanimous consent and in passage across the rotunda. It is a bipartisan issue. People are very concerned with what's transpiring in the United States with foreign governments coming in and purchasing property here. We do want to maintain and protect what we have and keep our state secure and be able to make sure that our resources, our water, our agriculture maintain intact. And so it is important, it's critical, I would say, that we support this legislation to preserve what we have in the state.
Is there further debate?
Mr. President.
Senator Van Orden.
To debate for the first time, please.
You are recognized to debate.
Thank you. I look at this and we talk about, the intention is great. And I've listened to the discussion that's went on, and I guess I would be more comfortable if we were talking about federal lands within our state borders, because the other lands are owned by individuals. And we talk about entities coming in and buying up. Well, they had to buy from somebody. And they're buying from individuals that have private property rights. That's their private property. And they're the ones that are selling it. If this was narrowed to talk about public lands, it might be a little bit different for me. And with that, I will be voting against the bill.
Is there further debate? The President will remind the body that as we can't talk about things that happen in committee, we also can't talk about the votes on the other side of the rotunda without asking for the secretary who can read the history of the bill, and then that's where it becomes okay. Just another one of the rules you pay me to help enforce. Is there further debate? Hearing none? Who had that? Oh. Senator Trachel, you're recognized to stand and close the debate.
Thank you, Mr. President. To all the senators that get up and debated, I really appreciate the debate. Those that supported, I really appreciate the argument for, and even those that do not support, I appreciate the argument for. You bring about critical thinking and good ideas that we need to consider when doing this, and that's part of the reason why I enjoy being here with you. So to get onto the bill, what I would like to point out a few things. If I'm too loud, let me know. And to the senator of 31, I think I might have not explained it correctly when we had our sidebar earlier, so I apologize if I left any confusion. But I would like to point out that this does not deal with private companies. This does not affect a company that's even 49% owned by a foreign government. One example that was used, I'm going to mess up this name, the Jervoy mining company. Who owns this would not affect them. They're 49.6% general public owned. They're private company owned by 25.4%. They're institutions 16.2%, and individual insiders 8.9%. This wouldn't affect them at all. There's no government entities in there. They're not controlled by the government of Australia. It would not affect them. And so businesses like that, not going to hurt. About people being able to sell to whoever they want to, I agree with that 100%. But there's also things that we limit people on based off of national security and state security. And there's some issues we need to look at. Now, how many foreign governments are actually coming in here to buy private property from people? Can't tell you. We don't track it. But it would be very serious if China, just like when they bought WH, the largest pork producer in America, what if they came in and bought Simplot, and then something happens and everything Simplot produces goes to China? Would you still argue there? That's a very serious concern. We're talking about Idaho's sovereignty here over other countries. All land is subject to the law was mentioned, and I appreciate that. But I'd like to remind, it's not illegal for a country to come in and buy the majority of our mining rights and start shipping them out of this country. It doesn't break the law. It doesn't break the law from the Saudi Arabia buying alfalfa fields here and shipping it all to Saudi Arabia. It's not against the law, but that would be detrimental to our ag community and our regular community here in Idaho. So one thing we need to consider too is how this looks to other countries. To me, I would disagree. I would say going on the defense does not show a weakness. It very much states where we are and what we're going to hold in our position. All in all, what it really comes down to is protecting Idahoans and this country from the possibility of mishap down the road. Just because somebody is our ally today does not make them our ally tomorrow. There's plenty of examples throughout history that have shown the swapping of sides of countries with us and then against us. These are things we need to be prepared for. And with that, Mr. President, I would like to ask the Secretary to read the results from across the rotunda. Is that allowed?
Mr. President, could we go to review the rule number?
Without objection, we'll go to these to get to the bottom of this parliamentary inquiry.
What rule? Oh, okay. Oh, thank you. Yeah, I just, oh, my mic's still on.
It's going to make a difference when you know how your House members vote.
During debate, no senator shall comment upon any action of the House of Representatives or member thereof in a manner which may be left. So he may refer to the interceding of the House sufficiently studies and actions of the privilege, nor shall he mention be made during debate during the record thereof of the action taken thereon at any second. Except the secretary may be requested to do that history. Are you in my office? Question mark.
While we're at ease, I'd like to take the moment and introduce some of my family members that are here. My son, David Winder, if you'd stand up so you can be recognized. Welcome, David. And the two fine-looking gentlemen next to him are my grandsons, and Trevor and Ryan. And if you guys would stand up. They're my mile markers of how long I've been in the Senate. They were born on March 18th, 14 years ago. They were preemies. They weighed just about 3 pounds. They were in the NICU for almost 2 months. And now you see them up there. They're 6 foot tall and big kids at age 14, and they blessed us with their presence now for 14 years, and we appreciate you being here. It's fun to see you. It's been quite a few years since you've been here, so you've grown a little bit since then. So thanks for coming down here.
And also, while we're at ease, I'm going to introduce someone who's been with me all week and is up in the gallery right now because she hasn't been here all week, and that's my wife, Arlene, up in the upper left. If you welcome her.
The Senate will be in order. Prior to going to these, we're in the 12th order of business under a suspension calendar. Senator Treacle was closing debate on House Bill 173, and he placed a parliamentary inquiry, and we went at ease, and now here we are. Senator Treacle, you have the floor to finish your closing debate.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, pursuant to Rule 24B, I would ask the Secretary to read the bill's history.
Secretary, and I'm assuming. All right. Oh, that's a great point. I'll remind the body that remember when I said that this bill has a new name. It's 173 as amended in the Senate, as amended in the Senate. So the bill history, pop quiz, everybody, it's going to be about the other bill, not this bill.
February 20th, House Bill 173 was introduced, read the first time, and referred for printing. February 21st, it was reported printed, referred to the Committee on State Affairs. February 28th, it was reported out of committee with the recommendation that it do pass and filed for second reading. It was read the second time on March 1st. On March 2nd, it was read for the third time and passed the body, 69 ayes, 0 nays, 1 absent excused, at 11:55 a.m. and was transmitted to the Senate. On March 3rd, it was reported received from the House, filed for first reading, introduced, read the first time, and referred to State Affairs Committee. It was reported out of committee on March 23rd with the recommendation that it do pass, and it was filed for second reading. On March 24th, it was referred to the 14th order of business. On March 27th, it was in the Committee of the Whole, reported out as amended without recommendation. On March 27th, it was reported that the amendments were printed, and it was read the first time as amended in the Senate and filed for second reading as amended in the Senate. On March 28th, it was read the second time as amended in the Senate and filed for third reading as amended in the Senate. On March 29th, it was referred back to the 14th order of business. On March 30th, it was in the Committee of the Whole, reported out as amended without recommendation. On March 30th, the amendments were reported printed. It was read the first time as amended in the Senate, filed for second reading, and currently the rules have been suspended on March 30th.
Thank you, Madam Secretary.
The President would observe that we have this type of exact detail and quality and attention to detail on every bill, and our Secretary is to be commended for the quiet, perfect work that she does. Senator Treacle, you have the floor to continue your closing debate.
Thank you, Mr. President. I appreciate that. And thank you to Madam Secretary for all that you do for us. I really appreciate it. So just in closing, ladies and gentlemen, this is another layer of protection for Idaho and to help our residents. And with that, I urge you to vote in favor of this bill. With that, debate is closed on House Bill 173 as amended in the Senate, Thank you.
There you go. Debate being closed. The question before the Senate is, shall House Bill 173 as amended in the Senate, pass the Senate? The Secretary will call the roll.
Adams, Anthon, Berg, Berndt, Bjerke, Burtonshaw, Carlson, Cook, Den Hartog, Foreman, Geddes, Grow, Guthrie, Hart, Hartgen, Herndon, Just,
Aye.
Lakey, Lee, Lenny, Lent, Nichols, Ricks, Ruchte, Schroeder, Semirath, Taylor,
Aye.
Taves, Treacle, Van Orden, Vic, Ward King, Winder, Wintrow, Satterveld, Anthen, Den Hartog, Lee, Ricks,
The roll call shows 25 in favor with 9 against and 1 absent. A majority having voted in the affirmative. House Bill number 173 is amended in the Senate. As amended in the Senate, is passed the Senate. Is there a correction to title? Hearing none, then the title is approved, and the bill will be transmitted to the House of Representatives.
Mr. President, may we go to ease?
Without objection, the Senate will go at ease.
Yeah.
I think I'm.
Mess with people. I did it yesterday, just to mess with people, and everyone like. Oh yeah. Just keep doing it.
The Senate will be in order. Prior to going to ease, the Senate was in the 12th order of business. The Senate's in the 12th order of business.
Mr. President,
Senator Anthem.
I ask unanimous consent the Senate advance to the 13th order of business.
Without Well, the Senate will now advance to the 13th order of business, third reading of bills. The Senate's in the 13th order.
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent that House Bill 328 be brought to the top of the calendar for immediate consideration.
328. You've heard the unanimous consent request. Is there an objection? Hearing none, the Secretary will read House Bill 328.
In the House of Representatives, House Bill 328 by Revenue and Taxation Committee, an act relating to urban renewal.
Mr. President.
Senator Den Hartog.
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent that further reading of House Bill 328 be dispensed with, and the journal show it's been read the third time at length, section by section, and is properly before the Senate for final consideration.
Without objection, it is so ordered. Senator, you're recognized to open the debate.
Thank you, Mr. President. I just heard the comment back here that it's like Christmas. I know many of you have been waiting for House Bill 328 for quite some time, so I'm happy to be finally at this point of session when we can talk about it. So House Bill 328 is all about property tax relief, and we've been talking about property tax relief as it relates to some of the other pieces of legislation that we've been moving through our body. But several years ago, in 2020, we passed a piece of legislation that granted some of the most significant tax breaks to an entity that would open a data center and have a certain level of investment and provide a certain number of jobs to a community where they would enter. When that happened in 2020, the discussion had been all about providing property tax relief to the community in which that data center would be constructed. Now, some have talked about this being an issue with, just one area, just one entity, and I'd like to take you back a little bit in time. It was House Bill 521 in the 2020 session, and this was related to data centers, and the tax break that was given was related to the sales and use tax. And as you may know, or you may or may not be aware, data centers have a lot of their infrastructure that has to be turned over pretty frequently. And so the sales and use tax exemption is a significant exemption for these types of entities. What was proposed in 2020 was an investment, a capital investment of not less than $250 million, and it would provide 30 jobs within 2 years of commencing operations. So why are we here today? Well, we have an entity that has come into the state of Idaho, has proposed an $800 million investment, and has already started working with the local community well down the path, and looking to employ about 100 people. And what has happened is that with the local community that they're working with, this investment is not going to go onto the base tax roll and provide the tax release that was promised to the citizens of that community. And that's really important. It was really important in our consideration and discussion of proposing the sales and use tax exemption when we considered it in 2020. Personally, I had wrestled with that decision. I wasn't sure it was the right thing to do. We have other data centers in the state of Idaho who are not this large, who don't receive this type of exemption. But the whole purpose of that exemption was to provide immediate property tax relief for the community in which this would be located. So a little bit about what that would mean to this community. So the $800 million investment would provide an additional 20% to the tax base of this local community. And that is extraordinarily important. What's happened is throughout the process and after we made the decision that we did in 2020, subsequent decisions were made by the local government to create an urban renewal agency or an urban renewal area and a revenue allocation area. And that means that this investment will not go on the base property tax roll in that community. And senators, this is a community that has struggled to find industrial and commercial investments. The property taxes are being borne heavily by the homeowners. It is a disproportionate, I believe they're about 90% residential, and so they have struggled. And the company that has come in to make this investment had committed anywhere from $50 to $70 million of infrastructure investment with the commitment to turn that over to the city. They didn't ask to be included in the urban renewal area or the revenue allocation area. That was not the request of this entity that came in. And so this is about keeping our promise to the property taxpayers of this community, and I urge your support. Debate is open.
Is there further debate?
Mr. President, to debate the bill.
You have the floor.
Boy, have I struggled with this one. Why? Because I really don't like the idea of the legislature undoing an urban renewal project that's already been put in place. However, I remember the debate on this particular tax incentive. And it was advanced and it was successful, in my opinion, for one reason. That if this sales tax exemption was given to the company, it translated into massive property tax relief. And this particular situation has now deprived the locals of that property tax relief. Now, the reason why I've struggled is because when a urban renewal project is put into place, people rely on it. And the only reason I'm going to support this bill is because I've dug into the nitty-gritty and the details on what happened here. So to me, this is not a bigger question of whether or not the legislation should be weighing in on an already approved project. I think that's a mistake. And I would fight it tooth and nail in the future. But this is the undermining of what the legislative intent was. This is the undermining of the tax relief that was supposed to go to the CUNA residents. And for that reason, I'm going to support the bill. Thank you, Mr. President.
Is there further debate? Hearing none?
Mr. President, can we go to ease, please?
Without objection, the Senate will go at ease again. I call somebody Senator Calhoun. Okay, we're in the 13th. Go. The Senate will be in order. Prior to going to these, the Senate was in the 13th order of business. We were in the middle of debating House Bill 328. I believe that we have just kicked it to Senator Den Hartog to stand and close the debate.
Thank you, Mr. President, Senators. Again, this is about keeping the promises that we made to the property taxpayers of a community that was going to welcome this type of facility into their community. I do want to share the company that has come in has planned and is making significant investments into the community and has been welcomed and has really done a tremendous job at being a partner with the community. But this goes to a deal that was made after and significantly after the action that we took in 2020. And it was not an insignificant tax break and tax incentive that we supplied to this data center. And I don't know that we will ever consider something like that again. And we may or may not see another one of these facilities locate within the state of Idaho. I agree with the senator from 27 that if this were about going back on every single, urban renewal agency and new area that was being formed, that we would be in a different position here in the Senate. I don't want to be in that position either, where the state is stepping in after something has been negotiated. But these two things are intimately connected. And it has deep value for the property taxpayers of this community, and I urge your support. Debate is closed.
The debate being closed, the question before the Senate is, shall House Bill number 328 pass the Senate? The Secretary will call the roll.
Adams. Anthen. Berg. Burnt. Bierke. Burtenshaw. Carlson. Cook. Den Hartog. Foreman. Geddes. Grow.
Aye.
Guthrie. Hart. Harkin.
Mr. President.
Senator Harkin,
60
you
seconds.
have 60 seconds to explain your vote.
While data centers are not a current consideration for Twin Falls URA with any active economic development projects, this legislation continues to chip away at the urban renewal law, one of the few tools we have as a local to assist with economic development and job creation in our communities. The use of urban renewal has been successful throughout Magic Valley for decades, assisting with capital investment in our communities and creating great jobs and improving quality of life for our friends and neighbors. This legislation hampers the ability of urban renewal agencies, cities, and private businesses to develop in a beneficial and stable way, and for that I'm a no vote.
Senator Harkin votes no.
Herndon. Just.
Nay.
Blakey. Lee. Lenny. Lend. Nichols. Ricks. Ruchti. Schroeder. Semoroff. Taylor.
Nay.
Taves. Trakel. Van Orden. Vick. Wardingle King. Winder. Wintrow. Satterveld. Lee. Lend. Ricks.
The roll call shows 24 in favor with 10 against and 1 absent. A majority having voted the affirmative, House Bill number 328 is passed the Senate. Hearing no correction to the title is approved, and the bill will be returned to the House.
Mr. President,
Senator Anthony.
I ask unanimous consent that House Bill 314 as amended in the Senate be placed at the top of the third reading calendar for immediate consideration.
You've heard the unanimous consent request. Is there an objection? Hearing none, the Senate will have before it House Bill 314 as amended in the Senate. The Secretary will read the bill.
In the House of Representatives, House Bill 314, as amended in the Senate by State Affairs Committee, an act relating to minors, to provide a short title, to prohibit certain materials from being promoted, given...
President.
Senator Carlson.
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent that further reading of House Bill 314, as amended in the Senate, be dispensed with, and the journals show it has been read the third time at length, section by section, and placed before the Senate for final consideration.
Without objection, it is so ordered. Senator Carlson, you're recognized to begin the debate.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senators, House Bill 314, as amended in the Senate, also known as the Children's School and Library Protection Act, creates a duty of care for schools and libraries, ensuring they take reasonable steps to restrict children's access to obscene materials. This bill has been worked on all session, which included input from the sponsors, other legislators, representatives from the ALA and the ILA, to come to agreement on the issues. We came together on several of the issues, but have agreed to disagree about the importance of having an enforcement mechanism. You are all aware of this issue from the session last year. It has gone through the amending process as requested. It also has the support of the senator from District 20. 33, Idaho Code 336602 defines, we're addressing the definitions in Idaho Statute 181514 related to obscene materials. Obscene material is already defined. It's just listed in the bill. This is not a book ban bill. We are asking the libraries to take reasonable steps to prevent minors from accessing material that is harmful to minors. Adults may still have access to all materials per their First Amendment rights. Literary works are not included in obscene materials. Things that possess serious literary, artistic, political, or scientific value for minors are not prohibited. Per Idaho Statute 181514, page 2, line 6 through 10 of the bill is where that is stated. This would not include the Bible or Harry Potter. We are talking about obscene, sexually explicit materials. It is fair for tax-paying parents to expect that their children will not encounter material that is harmful to their children while making use of the facility, materials, services, and programs provided by libraries. This bill will not hurt librarians, but holds the institutions responsible. That is on page 2, line 48 and 49. And again, and to further, on page 3, lines 1 and 2. The institution is liable for damages when a minor is provided access to harmful material. This bill requires schools and libraries to take reasonable steps to restrict children's access to harmful materials. This is in the new section, page 3, line 5. We don't allow harmful materials to be given to children in any other context. We don't allow convenience stores to sell or give alcohol, tobacco, drugs, guns, some types of glue or aerosols or obscene materials to underage kids. Some schools and libraries have clearly crossed the line regarding what they have in their collection of material and what is being given and shown to kids. A school district in the district I represent provided information on how to access sex toys through their school website. On this same website, a child can access porn material by searching for books to borrow. Accidentally, this should mortify us. This must stop, and these institutions must be held accountable. It is up to us, Idaho legislators, to protect the kids of Idaho from this garbage. We want to send a clear message that the legislature is serious about protecting kids. I am. You have heard me say this before. One of the reasons I ran for office was to protect Idaho's kids. Yes, kids really have access to porn in our schools. It is our job to protect the children. If we don't, who will? The schools, the libraries? These institutions knew this was an issue last legislative session. Why would we expect them to address this issue now without us passing good legislation? Public schools are a constitutional institution. They should be worthy of our trust when our kids are in their care. This legislation is defensible and aligns with our constitutional tradition of First Amendment protections for free expression and the right to receive information. Put simply, there is no First Amendment right to disseminate obscenity to children, period. Not every school or library distributes smut to kids, but according to a study by Idaho Family Policy Center, public schools or public libraries in nearly 30 cities throughout the state of Idaho currently make obscenity available to children. And that explains why nearly 74% of likely Idaho voters support legislation that requires public schools and community libraries to keep pornographic materials away from their children. Pornography impacts children and teens. Harmful material accessed by minors harms a child's precious brain. It harms a child's view of sex. It harms a child's view of people. It harms a child's quality of life. Pornography causes children to harm other children. The human brain is incredible. One of the great joys of parenting and grandparenting is watching a child make discoveries. Whether it's learning how to walk, recite the alphabet, or play an instrument, neural pathways are constantly developing in their brains. Because the brain develops from back to front, the prefrontal cortex is last to develop. This is the region that's in charge of focusing attention, anticipating and predicting the consequences for one's actions, impulse control, managing one's emotions, planning for the future, and conditional thinking. If I can't do A until B happens. Accidental exposure is one of the most common on-ramps to pornography. A child's brain is hypersensitive, meaning behaviors can become habitual very quickly. Whatever you feed the brain is what it learns to love. When this process occurs during the all-important adolescent years, the brain creates deep neural pathways that crave the harmful material, resulting in an adult brain that craves the supernormal stimulus of pornography. Let's raise children who don't have to recover from their childhood. With that, debate is open.
Is there further debate?
Mr. President.
Senator Rudke.
Debate against the bill.
You have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. Supreme Court Justice Potter Stevens Stewart was asked to describe his test for obscenity, and he said something to the effect of, I know it when I see it. And it was kind of an acknowledgement that of a couple things, really. One, it's hard to define, and everybody really has a different opinion about what's offensive to them. And the challenge we have in a democracy is the way our communities work is we have to make room for one another to have different standards about many things, including how we raise our children, what's right and wrong, what we think is appropriate and offensive material or harmful material for our children. And there isn't just one standard. I know people have strong feelings about it, and you want there to be one standard. But I shouldn't have to raise my kids according to the standard that you set in your home. Just like I wouldn't expect you to raise your kids according to the standard I set in my home. And we have to give room to one another in our communities for that. I worry about a couple of things on this bill. One, I think it creates sort of a false narrative. It suggests that, when kids see some material that maybe makes their parents uncomfortable, maybe makes the kid uncomfortable, that suddenly the kid is helpless and is just ruined for life. I mean, if you listen carefully to the concerns, that is exactly what it sounds like. And I just don't think that's true. I think children are resilient. They've got grit. They experience things. They grow from them. They learn right and wrong. I saw stuff growing up that my parents wouldn't have wanted me to see. Didn't mean I fell apart, was in a puddle of tears. You just move on. So I think the narrative that is the underpinning for this legislation doesn't reflect the way society is. Idaho kids are tough kids, whether they grow up on farms or in cities or somewhere in between. They're tough kids. And they're not going to fall apart because they see bare breasts or they see somebody's buttocks. So that brings me to my other concern. I talked in a previous debate about my concern about legislation not being drafted very tightly. And this is a great example of it. So, what sort of material are we looking at? You can find it on page 2, and it's section 18-1517B, subparagraph 2. So it's really, we're looking at lines, let's start with 35 and beyond. Notwithstanding any other provision of law, a school or public library or an agent thereof shall not promote, give, or make available to a minor, okay? And here's where we get into the prohibited material. And you have to read this like a judge would. Any picture, photograph, drawing, sculpture, motion picture, film, or similar visual representation or image of a person or portion of the human body that depicts nudity, sexual conduct, or sadomasochistic abuse, and that is harmful to minors. So we have to start with this. There's an or in there. So you could read this if the offensive material was a photograph. Any photograph that depicts nudity. Any photograph that depicts nudity would fall under this law right here because of the ors that are used in it. Any drawing that depicts nudity would fall under this. Any sculpture that depicts nudity would fall under it. It has to meet one other requirement. It has to be harmful to minors. So how do we define that? Well, we go to the first page. Harmful to minors starts on line 31 of the first page. And harmful to minors includes in its meaning one or both of the following. So it doesn't have to be both, because the first paragraph, A, has some pretty awful stuff. I think we could all agree the stuff in A is bad. But it can be one or both. One doesn't have to be both. It can be just one of them. So we go to B. B, the quality of any material or of any performance or of any description or representation in whatever form, which as a whole has the dominant effect of substantially arousing sexual desires in persons under the age of 18 years. Boy, when I was 16 years old, I can tell you that was a pretty broad category. And my guess is there are a lot of people here who would say the same thing if we're being honest with one another. This is broadly written. And so what could happen? Well, the library, the school, they could be sued. Because we've now decided that we're not going to make people go through the system we've set up through our local governments. We're not going to make them go to the library board, find out or make their complaint, have the library board go through their process, and then abide by the decision. And by the way, I mean, a lot of people would say, well, that's not fair. Why should we have to buy? No, you don't. You can run somebody else for the library board. That's the way this process works. But instead, what we're doing is we're going to let them file a lawsuit. A private cause of action, $2,500 in statutory damages, as well as actual damages. What does that mean? You can ask for as much as you want. And any other relief available by law for violating the requirements of this section. Boy, this is broad. And now we're inviting lawsuits. And we're hoping, I think there's a possibility that the threats of lawsuits might get the response that's wanted out of this legislation. Lots of problems here. I hope you'll vote no. Thank you.
Mr. President.
Senator Just.
To debate the bill.
You have the floor.
The bill says libraries can't provide young patrons with any depictions of nudity or sexual conduct. So, Senators, 3 instances for your consideration that might be of concern for those supporting this bill. First was the depiction of a toddler running around in his underpants. The second was the graphic depiction of a couple in bed. And finally was the depiction of a nude male model. Would those items concern anyone if they showed up in your library? I can assure you they did show up in Idaho libraries this week because they were all on the comics page of the Idaho Press. Those comic strips may have offended someone, they probably did. But because someone is offended, that doesn't give them the right to sue to ban the newspaper from libraries. There are things in libraries that offend me, as there should be. Libraries are the physical embodiment of the First Amendment. Parents already have the power to decide what their kids read. They should not have the power to decide what your kids read. I'll be voting against this bill and any other that has a chilling effect on libraries and librarians.
Is there further debate?
Mr. President, to debate the bill.
Senator Taves, you have the floor to debate the bill.
Thank you, Mr. President. Fellow senators, what we're hearing is a lot of downplaying and oversimplifying of what we're dealing with here. There's without a doubt, I think everyone in this room has seen what's in our schools and libraries. I think the majority of us would agree that we wouldn't want our children to look at those things, or at least some of them. And I just want to share a personal testimony. My wife actually took our kids to the library, local library, a few years ago, and my 7-year-old came to her with a book that was totally inappropriate. And we took it to the librarian and said, hey, this shouldn't be in the kids section. And went back a few weeks later, and our son came back with the same book again. Since that time, we've been very cautious going to our local library. We don't feel like it's a safe place for our family. We have 5 children, 4 at home right now. And it's really, I know that everybody says you should just keep an eye on your kids and make sure they don't get the wrong books. But when you have a lot to look after, I really think that our libraries should be a safe place for our families. I want to point out this is not about banning books. It's not about restricting access to these materials for adults or for adults that would want their children to have it even. This is simply about putting it out of reach of young, innocent, vulnerable children and making our libraries and schools a safe place for them to go and for families to be comfortable for their kids to be able to access. The idea that this is like somehow a great leap beyond other standards in our society seems really ridiculous to me when I think about the fact that our movie theaters for an R-rated show restrict access to children. That seems like, as far as I know, it's not a controversial thing that that children are restricted from R-rated movies, but somehow in our libraries and schools, some people would debate that the same standards can't be put forth. So in order to make our schools and libraries safe, and I hope my family can be more comfortable going back to the library more, again, I encourage your support of this bill.
Is there further debate?
Mr. President,
Senator Schroeder,
to debate the bill.
you have the floor.
I want to be very clear that I am all for protecting minors against harmful material. I'm all for protecting minors from the harmful material that has been described as being present. I believe that's correct, and I believe libraries have a duty to protect minors from material that could be harmful to them. And they have mechanisms to do that. And so where I depart from supporting this bill, I support the motive behind the bill, I support what its goal is, what it's trying to do. Where I depart and where my support fails for this bill is the method by which it is enforced. I introduced an amendment to attempt to amend this, to change it, to make it acceptable. Where I get off the bus, my objection to this bill is the $2,500 bounty for a private right of action for what could be construed as an innocent mistake by a librarian or library board. It will cost the taxpayers of that taxing district $2,500 every time somebody thinks they've got themselves a win and they think they found a dirty book that a kid found. My whole beef with this bill is the enforcement mechanism. There exists a way to enforce this. A county prosecutor can bring injunctive relief against the existing obscenity law, against the existing laws. If we had simply struck paragraphs 3 and 4 and got rid of that incentivized cash prize private right of action, this bill would be far more workable. I can't support this bill. Thank you.
Is there further debate?
Mr. President,
Senator Trickle,
to debate the bill.
you have the floor.
One thing I'd just like to reiterate, and I'll go over fast because it's already been talked about. Reasonable accommodations to keep this away from minors. Here we go. The pages probably don't know this, but Blockbuster Video had a black section with a curtain over it. We've had these laws that define this stuff since as far back as 1972, sorry. That was considered reasonable, I imagine. Today, I don't know where you would buy them. The grocery store, gas station, I don't know. I imagine if they have those X-rated magazines, they have a block over it, and it's on the high shelf. That's considered reasonable. So all the library would need to do is probably just display the spine of the book on a high shelf. I mean, I'm not the one making the policy here, but it already seems like reasonable effort's been defined. But Mr. President, I would like to read from a library book my 13-year-old daughter checked out called Let's Talk About It.
Please state the title.
Let's Talk About It.
Oh, let's talk about it. Okay. Having cited or named the source, the senator can read from that source.
Thank you, Mr. President. For people that may be viewing at home, I'm please going to offer like 10 seconds to earmuff your children, but I am going to use medical terms.
Senator Trickle, I would remind you of our rules that all language used by members during debate should be temperate, decorous, and respectful.
Thank you, Mr. President. And
so if you're warning kids at home, then it might not be temperate, decorous, or respectful. Just saying. Go ahead and use your own judgment.
I'm very thankful that you put that out there so I don't have to read it. The whole point is it is not temporal, and that's why I had to warn the people at home. So the whole fact that we're all adults in here, and I can't read an expert in this book that talks about how to sexually gratify your anus, all right? Because of what people possibly at home and I had to warn children for. So why are we having this debate? We as an adults, I can't talk about this book because it goes against our rules of decency, but we can put it so that my 13-year-old daughter check this book out. How? I reserved it online under her number, went into the library, walked up to a machine, scanned it, and walked out. Not a single person was there to make sure she did not have a book from an adult section or anything else. But I can't read this here. But it's okay for children to read it, but not as adults. All I say is that should close debate right there, and that should be your answer. You can't read it here. Sure as the heck, children should not have access to this. And with that, I can't close debate. Never mind.
Thank you, Senator.
Mr. President, to debate the bill.
Senator Herndon, you have the floor.
I just want to address a couple things that have been said in this debate. Number one, this bill is not about just nudity. The standard for obscenity is a well-established standard. It already exists in Idaho code. And if I handed the materials that are harmful to minors right now to a minor who's not my child, I would be charged with a crime, or I could be prosecuted. That's the material we're talking about. It uses the word, I can hardly say it because it's P-R-U-R-I-E-N-T, prurient. And what that means is having or encouraging an excessive interest in sexual matters. Not just an interest, but an excessive interest. So that's the material we're talking about. The bill also doesn't address innocent mistakes. The bill specifically, as far as the statutory claim for damages, these are statutory damages because harm has happened, and here are the two conditions that allow a statutory claim. The employees or the agents of the institution, and I'll insert here that these are public libraries addressed in this and schools, but public libraries owned by the government, so these are government institutions, and the employees or the institution, they either gave or made available material harmful to minors, or the institution failed to take reasonable steps to restrict access to material harmful to minors. If they took the reasonable steps and a minor still got access to a book, they would be okay as far as the statutory damages. But a key ingredient here is that the test for what is obscene is a community standard. It's the Miller test, tested in the Supreme Court over 50 years. It changes as standards change. And the statutory damages is not a fine or a penalty. That is relief that is given to the child or his family when harm has actually occurred. So that's statutory relief. And with that, I stand in support of this legislation.
Mr. Speaker, I just need to ask for a Rule 39H potential conflict. My stepdaughter is a librarian and a very good one.
Your declaration under the Senate rule will be noted in the Journal.
Mr. President.
Senator Taylor.
To debate against the bill.
You have the floor.
Thank you. You know, earlier this session, I was given a list of books that were found in libraries, and these books were deemed to be obscene and unfit for children to read. It was a fairly extensive list, 93 books if I counted correctly, and I imagine it's not a comprehensive list. There's another book that was mentioned here this evening, but I would like to add that book to this list, and there's a few particular reasons why I would like to add that book. The book I'm referring to, it's highly revered and it's widely known, and probably everyone here has one of them at home. or maybe 2 or 3. And that book is the Bible. That book contains references very similar to what is described in the bill. It references incest, bestiality, genital mutilations, prostitution, rape, homosexuality, and even infanticide. Those are all things that can be very harmful to minors, correct? Mr. President, may I read from the Bible a verse from Romans and a verse from Titus and a verse from Genesis?
Having cited the source, Senator, you know that you can read, but you're also compelled to follow the rules of debate as described earlier.
Yes,
Go ahead.
thank you. Romans chapter 1, verses 26 through 27. For this reason, God gave them up to dishonorable passions. For their women exchanged natural relations for those that are contrary to nature. And the men likewise gave up natural relations with women and were consumed with passion for one another, men committing shameless acts with men and receiving in themselves the due penalty for their error. From the book of Titus, chapter 2, verse 9, urge bondslaves to be subject to their own masters in everything, to be well-pleasing, not argumentative. And in Genesis chapter 19, verse 8, see now, I have 2 daughters who have not known a man. Please let me bring them out to you, and you may do to them as you wish. Those references could be taken to be offensive to children. And I bring up this book because it opens up the door to how we address these issues. When I grew up, and I can't speak for anyone else, but I believe that I might ring true here, we would sit down as a family and read from the Bible and discuss what we read. And it was up for my parents to answer questions that I had and to explain to me the concepts that were being put forth in those words. To me, that's the difference. Parents need to take the responsibility for what their children are doing. We have waffled on that all session, as was mentioned earlier this week. Today we're talking about libraries. Tomorrow it could be churches. We have a gift shop downstairs that I found a book yesterday called Murder and Mayhem in Boise. I had to get down on my knees because it was on the very bottom shelf. Every chapter in that book describes murder and mayhem in Boise. That could be harmful to your children. So, for me, this isn't a library problem and it's not a school problem. I don't even think it's a problem. I think, for starters, it would be incredibly refreshing for us to acknowledge the positive aspects that our schools and our libraries have on our society. We should be building them up and not tearing them down. I cannot support this legislation.
Is there further debate?
Mr. President,
Senator Zeiderfeld.
to debate the bill.
Have the floor.
First of all, I would like to say I'm actually kind of shocked that more people are digging their heels in to protect the library over a child. I will protect a child. I will give my life for a child over that. And that's just kind of been shocking to me with all the debate that a library in a school is worth fighting for more than a child. disturbed that our children aren't worth fighting as hard as we are. A lot of them are fighting for those libraries. So I will be voting for this bill.
Mr. President.
Senator Ward Ingle King.
Mr. President, I don't think there's anybody in here that wants our children exposed to pornography, but I do know, or I think I know, last time I was involved in taking kids to the library, grandchildren, we had to sign for a library card as a parent. They had to sign for a library card. They don't just get a library card. The parent has to sign. And when you go in there, there's an app that you can have that actually tracks what your child checks out. So there are things put in place. And when I went to the library with my grandchildren, there's a children's section, there's a teen section, there's an adult section. And it's very well marked and it's very well organized. And speaking about school libraries, the librarian in a school, in an elementary school, very carefully screens what a child checks out. And if there's a question, a phone call is made. I think what's happening here is, as parents, we haven't taken the time to do our jobs and make sure that our children are reading the appropriate things and that they are going to the appropriate part of the librarian. And I may have missed what the senator from 11 said, but I think that he might have said that he reserved that book for his daughter and he checked it out. It wasn't the daughter that checked it out, and I'm sure that there was an app available that he could have tracked what his daughter checked out had it been really checked out by her. So I'm very concerned. This bill goes too far. We're seeing a private cause of action again, where it's okay to sue people when there's a mistake made, maybe, or maybe not a mistake. Maybe somebody actually moved a book from one part of the library to another so that they would be able to use that in a lawsuit. I think this is concerning to me, and I'm hoping that as parents, we step in, do the job we're supposed to do, monitor what our children are reading, and I think our children are going to be just fine then. Thank you.
Is there further debate?
Mr. President.
Senator Nichols.
Thank you, Mr. President, to debate the bill. Thank you. I just wanted to bring up a couple of points very briefly. Well, I'll try to be brief, but yes, parents are ultimately the first line of defense, but many parents trust our libraries to be safe places for our children to be able to go to. And when our children get to an age where we can, I remember growing up, my parents would drop me off at the library, I'd go hang out with some friends for a little while, and then they'd pick me up a little bit later, and I'd check out my books and bring them home, right? They weren't looking through everything that I was bringing home. But what we're finding now is that we have things within our libraries that are concerning to parents, and they're available to our children, and our children are getting a hold of them. Now, if our libraries were giving out drugs, we would have a big problem with that. If that was one of the things amongst all the books that they have in the library, if they were just drugs accessible to our kids, we would be in an uproar. But here's the connection, is that pornography is a lot like drugs. It does the same
them so that they're not just being dropped off at the library, checking out whatever they want, and then bring it home. We need to make sure. We have the FCC regulates all sorts of things, movies and music, and what's being broadcast on television. And those are standards that we, as a society, have accepted to be able to give a good idea of what is acceptable or not to our children and our families, and to be able to use that. And it's up to each family individually. Does not stop families from being able to check out books like the one that the good senator from 11 was talking about. It just makes it so that it's not accessible to minors to be able to just go in and check out. So we have standards that are in place, but I think the connection of the pornography issue and what's happening in our current society is very alarming. And if there's things that we can do to help facilitate to where they are not accessible, at least accessible to the child, then I think those are steps that are needing to be addressed and taken so that we can make sure that we are protecting our children. Because again, the trust is that our libraries are a safe place, and we want to maintain that. And this is one way that we can make sure that our children are being protected.
Mr. President, I move the previous question.
Previous question's been moved and seconded. It's non-debatable. Secretary will call the roll.
Adams. Anthony. Burnt. Bierke. Burtonshaw. Carlson. Cook. Then Hartog. Warner. Geddes. Gray. Guthrie. Hart. Hartman. Herndon. Chess.
Nay.
Blakey. Lee. Rennie. Grant. Nichols. Rector. Schroeder. Summerall. Taylor. Taves. Trakel. Van Orden. Fitt. Morton-Whitney. Winder. Winchell. Satterveld. Adams. Burnt. Burtonshaw. Reed. Morton-Whitney. There is also a pair vote. Senator Ricks votes aye. Senator Byrd votes nay.
Is pairing on a motion like this possible? Since it's 2/3, you have to have pair twice. Plus, Senator Baird, I don't know that you've got a chance to vote as well. Now, normally he crowds you out, I give that. So, Senator Baird, how do you vote? Nay. The pair is for the underlying bill. against, and 1 absent. More than 2/3 having voted in the affirmative. The motion is passed. The secretary will call the roll on House Bill 314 as amended in the Senate.
Adams. Anthony. Bent. Jerky. Burtonshaw. Carlson. Cook. Sinhartman. Foreman. Geddes. Groen. Guthrie. Hart. Harkin. Herndon. Just. Lakey. Lee. Brennan. Brent. Nichols. Rector. Schroeder. Summerall.
No.
Taves. Trakel. Van Orden. Vic. Ward King. Winder.
Mr. President, 60 seconds.
Senator Winter, you have 60 seconds to explain your vote.
A year ago, I kind of poo-pooed this whole idea until I was at a birthday party for one of my great-grandchildren that was turning 5 years old, and one of the ladies that was at the party brought up a book and handed it to me that her 3-year-old son had picked up at the school library, and it looked like it was about baseball, but I can assure you it was not about baseball. So I think what this does is tries to provide a separation of materials, make it age appropriate, not trying to censor, not trying to reduce the books in the library, but I think this is something that needs to happen. In Meridian, they wouldn't even hardly talk to the people that were concerned. I think this will bring them to the table to at least talk. So I vote aye.
Senator Winter votes aye.
Wintro.
Mr. President, 60 seconds to explain my vote.
You have 60 seconds.
Thank you, Mr. President. This is a First Amendment issue, and as we've discussed today, from the time of conception, a fetus or unborn child has a right to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. And quite frankly, the First Amendment is part of those rights. And we now are determining what is harmful for kids and what's not. My determination of what's harmful might be different than yours. And this is what we're up against, the First Amendment, that pesky First Amendment. We need to, if we are caring about what our kids are reading, then go to the library, check it out with them. I went to the library, I saw the kids section, it was fine. There's a teen section, there's an adult section. None of the things that are being described today are in those libraries. There is no pornography. This is about the word homosexual in the sexual conduct definition, and there are people that are trying to ban books that have LGBTQ themes in them, and I think that is what this is about.
How does the senator vote? Senator Winthrop votes no.
Satterveld. Adams. Lee. There is also a pair vote. Senator Ricks votes aye. Senator Berg votes nay.
Roll call shows 26 in favor with 9 opposed. A majority having voted in the affirmative. House Bill number 314 is amended. The Senate has passed the Senate. Is there a correction of title? Hearing none. Then the title is approved and the bill will be transmitted to the House.
Mr. President.
Senator Anthony.
I ask unanimous consent that House Bill 338, as amended in the Senate, be referred to the 14th Amendment for 14th order for possible amendment.
You've heard the request. Is there an objection? Hearing none. House Bill 338 as amended. The Senate will be sent to the 14th order for possible amendment.
Mr. President, I ask we go at ease.
Senator Anthony? Oh, yeah. Without objection, the Senate will go at ease. The Senate will be in order. The Senate's in the 13th order.
Mr. President, for Senate privilege, please.
Senator Anthony, you have the floor for a privilege.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senators, what we will do now is we are going to wrap up business for the night and come back tomorrow morning. Before we can do that, we will have to move through a number of orders of business, and we will also take up a concurrence in the 10th order of business. Then once we get through the 11th order, we'll wrap it up. With that, Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent the Senate now return to the 9th order of business.
Without objection, the Senate will return to the 9th order of business, consideration of messages from the House of Representatives. The Senate's in the 9th order.
March 30th, 2023. Mr. President, I transmit herewith House Bill 299, 380, and House Concurrent Resolution 18, which will pass the House. McGinnis, Chief Clerk.
House Bills 299, 380, and House Concurrent Resolution 18 will all be referred to the 11th order of business for introduction.
March 30th, 2023. Mr. President, I return herewith Senate Bill 1070 as amended in the House, which has passed the House. McGinnis, Chief Clerk.
Senate Bill 1070 is amended in the House.
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent that Senate Bill 1070 as amended in the House be referred to the 10th order of business for possible concurrence in the House amendments.
You've heard the unanimous consent request. Is there objection? Hearing none, it is so ordered.
March 30th, 2023. Mr. President, I return here with Senate Bills 1206, 1175, and 1205, which have passed the House. McGinnis, Chief Clerk.
Senate Bill 1206, 1175, and 1205 will be referred to the Judiciary and Rules Committee for enrolling.
March 30th, 2023. Mr. President, I transmit herewith enrolled House Bill 292 with the certificate of passage over the veto of the governor for the signature of the President. McGinnis, Chief Clerk.
The certificate of passage will be signed by the President and returned to the House. Has been signed by the President.
There is no further business in the 9th order, Mr. President.
The Senate will then advance to the 10th order of business, motions and consideration of petitions, resolutions, and memorials. The Senate's in the 10th order. And we'll have before it for me, the Senate will have before it for immediate consideration Senate Bill 1070 as amended in the House.
Mr. President.
Senator Den Hartog.
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent that the Senate concur in the House amendments to Senate Bill 1070 as amended in the House. May I explain?
Before placing the question to the body, you have a moment to explain, refresh our memories, etc.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senators, Senate Bill 1070 was a bill related to the funding of CTE programs, and we had worked with the bill sponsor and the State Board of Education and the State Department of Education on some minor amendments in the House and would ask for your support. Thank you.
You have a unanimous consent request. Is there an objection? Hearing none, then the Senate does now concur in the House amendments to Senate Bill 1070. And it will be referred to the Judiciary and Rules Committee for engrossing.
Mr. President,
Senator
I ask unanimous consent the Senate now advance to the 11th order of business.
Without objection, the Senate will advance to the 11th order of business, introduction, first reading, and reference of bills. The Senate's in the 11th order.
Mr. President,
Senator Anthem.
I ask unanimous consent that all bills on first reading be read by number, author, and title only, and the journal show they've been read at length.
Without objection, it is so ordered.
In the House of Representatives, House Bill 299 by Appropriations Committee, an act relating to the appropriation to the Office of the Secretary of State, appropriating money to the Office of the Secretary of State for fiscal year 2024. In the House of Representatives, House Bill 380 by Appropriations Committee, an act relating to appropriations, appropriating and transferring monies from the General Fund to the Public Defense Fund for fiscal year 2024. In the House of Representatives, House Concurrent Resolution 18 by Ways and Means Committee, a concurrent resolution stating findings of the legislature and approving the recess of the first regular session of the 67th Idaho Legislature, March 31st through April 5th, 2023, reconvening on April 6, 2023, and providing that no unvouchered or vouchered expense allowance shall be payable to any member of the legislature for the time period during such temporary recess without the approval of the Speaker of the House of Representatives or the President pro tempore of the Senate.
House Bill 299 will be referred to the Finance Committee. House Bill 380 will be referred to the Finance Committee. And House Concurrent Resolution number 18 will be referred to the State Affairs Committee.
Mr. President,
Senator Anthem.
I ask unanimous consent the Senate advance the 15th order of business.
Without objection, the Senate will advance the 15th order of business. Miscellaneous business, the Senate's in the 15th order.
Senators, introductions and announcements.
Are there introductions or announcements?
Mr. President.
Senator Guthrie.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senate State Affairs will meet at 8 a.m. sometime next January.
Senate State Affairs tomorrow at 8 o'clock, correct? No? We just assigned a bill to you.
Mr. President.
Senator Geddes.
Mr. President, I've often been accused of not introducing my wife when I served in the Senate originally. I was here, she was home raising wonderful kids, and that duty was just as important or maybe more important for our family. So, Tammy, if you'd stand up and be recognized by the Senate. And thank you for coming to get me, and I hope you're going to take me to dinner. I'm hungry.
Mr. President,
Senator Anthem.
The Senate adjourn until the hour of 8:30 a.m. tomorrow.
Mr. President, I second that motion.
You've heard the motion. All in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed say nay. The ayes have it. We'll see you at 8:30 in the morning.
Can the State Affairs members come up to the front desk, please?
They're going to have to buck slit that, aren't they?
If you're on the State Affairs Committee, can you please come up to the front desk, please?
Idaho in Session is sponsored by Idaho Cable Broadband Association, Association of Idaho Cities, Boise State School of Public Service, the James A. and Louise McClure Center for Public Policy Research, and the Idaho Public Television Endowment.